134, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Local Government Development, chart of account 1902900, Project Development and Assistance. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister. You receive a voted provision in February of this year of $1 billion. You're back here 6 months after asking this House to approve $300 million. Could you kindly tell this House how much Minister?
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Should I repeat?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in February of this year, you requested via the budget $1 billion, which was received. You're here 6 months after asking the House to approve $300 million. Could you kindly inform the House how much of the $1 billion you have spent and on which projects in the program?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the honorable member for a question, but as I stand before you, I do not have that figure with me presently.
We didn't hear properly, Honorable Minister, and I will allow the Minister to sit so he can get closer to the microphone.
We didn't hear.
You can sit, because and just pull the microphone forward.
Mr. Chairman, let me first of all thank the honorable member for a question, but I'm afraid that I do not have that figure presently.
Honorable Ms. Lawrence, honorable member.
Honorable member, I am here through the chair to discuss the 300 million that is being sought.
Honorable member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. For you to ask the Ministry of Finance to give you additional funds, you would have had to say what you did with the monies that were given to you at the beginning of the year. So to come here, we keep hearing this over and over again, to come here to ask for a supplementary provision and to say that you don't have the information, I find that very disturbing, because that is what you would have provided. We have utilized X amount of monies, or we have a new project, or we're widening the project, and as a result of that, we need to get additional funds. So I find it very disturbing. Would the member have that information lay over in the House, that as of this date, X amount of monies were spent from the $1 billion given?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, would you lay over at a later date?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair. But Mr. Chair, I must reiterate a known fact that for 5 years, the APNU AFC government did nothing with regards to infrastructure in the 10 regions. I could probably say that quite a bit was expended in the local authorities, about 60%. And this 300 million is to do to purchase additional machinery to execute more jobs and to enhance the local authorities countrywide.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Sir, this this chart of account and description is project development and assistance, and it says provision for additional resources to support local authority areas. Sir, this is the line item that speaks to subvention to NDCs and municipalities. May I ask the Honorable Minister to disaggregate this $300 million and say how much will be given to each NDC, how much will be given to each township, and how much will be given to the city of Georgetown.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this 300 million subvention is to be spread across all LAAs. We have never budgeted for previously for equipment.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure if I may, can the minister specify how much will be going to each NDC? There are 70 neighborhood democratic councils and 10 municipalities. I know that there is a specific sum that normally would go, the government would agree on each NDC receiving a specific sum equally across the board. And the municipalities, the 9 townships would get a specific sum, and Georgetown will be treated separately. Can the minister disaggregate the 300 million into those 3 categories, please?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I will lay that over at a later date.
Honorable Member, the Minister said he doesn't have it at the moment. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, may I ask how is it that the minister intends to disburse these funds to the respective ministry? Can the minister specify how we will do that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, based on their needs assessment, that will be done.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Sir, I heard the Honorable Minister said based on a needs assessment. Sir, may I point the Honorable Minister to the Fiscal Transfers Act of 2013, which was assented to by former President Donald Ramotar. It's Act number 16 of 2013. Sir, this act specifies that there must be a formula that is followed in terms of the distribution of subvention to local authority areas. And sir, this act also speaks to the sum being known to each NDC. Sir, may I say that Part 6.1 of the Fiscal Transfers Act, the annual subvention or fiscal transfers from central government to local authorities shall be based primarily on a set of conditions and stipulated performance indicators so as to form an aggregate sum referred to in the schedule. So the aggregate sum in this instance is the $300 million. And the aggregate sum before that was the $1 billion that was approved in the previous the budget that we had. So to get this aggregate sum, it therefore means that that needs assessment would have had to already been completed. So can I ask the Honorable Minister, sir, to lay over the needs assessment of the 80 local authority areas in this country, specifically the 70 neighborhood democratic councils, the 9 townships, and the city of Georgetown.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we are already compliant with the Fiscal Accountability Act. And this is just an additional for project development assistance in the LAAs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipod.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. It's the Fiscal Transfers Act, not the Fiscal Accountability Act, sir. Fiscal Transfers Act.
Yeah.
And sir, sir, this act in its schedule created a formula that was agreed on in this House with reference to the distribution of these monies. And may I ask, what is the 50% that will be given to each NDC from this $300 million that is requested? And what is the 50% that will be given to the 9 townships? And what is the 50% that will be given to the city of Georgetown, reference to the $300 million that is requested here, in keeping, sir, with the laws of this country, the Fiscal Transfers Act of 2013.
Mr. Chairman, we are already compliant with regards to the Fiscal Transfer Act. And like I said earlier, we'll lay over later on.
Thank you.
We can't hear him, Mr. Speaker.
Chair,
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipod.
Thank you, sir. Did I hear the minister correctly when he said he will lay over the 50%?
I heard that too.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, if I may ask, can the Honorable Minister say to us what time frame he's looking at in terms of laying over these needed information to the Honorable House?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in 2 weeks, 14 days.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Valda Lawrence.
Honorable Member, you don't have a question, right? You can yield. I have to recognize the Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
No
Thank you very
question.
much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll put the question. The very line item, Mr. Speaker, under consideration, the new provisions being sought for 300 million, which is a capital expenditure. I guess it is something new the ministry intends to procure for the municipality and the NDCs. Can the Honorable Minister provide to this National Assembly the equipment or items that are to be procured, which will result to the $300 million? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, may I also assist the Honorable Member by saying to him, when this new provision was made, obviously, when the information was submitted to the Ministry of Finance requesting the additional sums, you had to provide justifications for the additional sums required. Earlier, my colleague, the Honorable Valda Lawrence, requested of the minister to provide to this National Assembly what percentage of the initial sums voted of the 1 billion was expended as at July 31st, 2023. I don't think that is anything difficult for the Honorable Minister to provide to this House.
Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman, I think I answered that question already, and my answer was that I will lay it over.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sorry, if I may, can the Honorable Minister say to us, what exactly will you be laying over? Is it the percentage on the 1 billion already expended, and whether you will lay over information on this new 300 million being sought?
Honorable Minister.
This is taxpayers' money and we need to have
Honorable
accountability.
Member, Ms. Ferguson, when you ask the question, I'm putting it, you're now going to comment? I think you're continuing where you left off at the last sitting. Honorable Minister, what exactly are you laying over?
Mr. Chairman, I think the people of Guyana would have been happy to know when APNU AFC was in government, if they did account for their taxpayers' money then. The PPPC government is accountable, and your chance will come not only here, but at the PAC. We have already fulfilled the 50% of the $1 billion, and I will lay over the rest, like I said prior to this question.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister indicate to the House how much of this allocation is going to the Linden Town Council and what is it for? And at the same time, if he can indicate what is being purchased for the Eccles-Ramsburg NDC.
Mr.
Honorable
Chairman,
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, communication. You not understanding what I have said to you is a huge problem. And I said before, and I will say it again for the last time, that I will lay over the information.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, the standard of this particular line item requires the NDCs, the townships, and the city of Georgetown to submit a work program that will capture the amount of monies that are given to them by central government as subvention. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the total sum for each NDC and municipal and township and the city of Georgetown reference to their work program that they submitted? Sir, the work programs that are submitted are oftentimes higher than the subvention amount provided. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the amount that was requested from these local authority areas and what percentage through this 300 million is satisfying that percentage? And will the Honorable Minister be kind enough to lay over the program? Will the Minister be kind enough to lay over, sir, the project that these NDCs, town councils, and the city of Georgetown are seeking to engage in to satisfy this request that the ministry will provide via this additional sum in the subvention?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the 300 million that we're asking for comes under project and development assistance. It has nothing to do with fiscal transfers.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, yes, I agree with the Honorable Minister. Project development and assistance. And the legend says provision of capital subventions for municipalities and neighborhood democratic councils. That is the definition of this particular line item. Sir, and I go to the financial paper, it says provision of additional resources to support local authority areas, and it is captured in the same line item that features a subvention to these NDCs. And when you are giving subvention to the local authority areas, Comrade Chairman, the law that we passed is the Fiscal Transfers Act that specifies how these resources are to be disbursed to these respective local authority areas. So can the Honorable Minister say to this House if he intends to follow the Fiscal Transfers Act in disbursing these monies to the respective local authority
Honorable
areas?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it's the same line item, but this is a project development assistance. And like I said earlier, we will lay it over how the monies will be disbursed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking on behalf of a resident of Arnaputa, and they would like me to ask the Honorable Minister whether their requests for the 4x4 would be granted within this allocation.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, my information is that APNU AFC lost Arnaputa. They lost it, they did not even contest. All right? Arnaputa is an NDC, and they are being looked at. And they will get what is required.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen, Philadelphia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Under the same line item, you recognize that this is subsistence for the local authority areas, subvention, sorry, for the local authority area. And my colleague, Honorable Mike Paul, would have asked for information specific to all 17 local authority area. But my question is if any of this sum requested would be used to do work in Nabaklis, because the roads there are terrible. If the minister can respond to that, or probably, of course, lay over.
Honorable Minister, Nabakalis, is it included?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, we will lay over the expenditure of the 300 million to this House at a later date.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 13-134, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Chart of Account 1902900, Project Development Assistance, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We move to the same agency, Chart of Account 1904300, Regional Economic Transformation. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister indicate to the House which of the projects he's expanding on? Because that is what the legend says. And also, how much of the $1.5 billion you received from this House in February was spent as of June 30th?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I must remind this House that in excess of 7,000 sugar workers were laid off. 1,972 Amerindians were fired, sent home, and SLED, which was mismanaged by APNU AFC, where barber chairs were purchased, where the Honorable Henry Son received millions of dollars, where the Honorable Figueroa's brother
Honorable Minister, you have to withdraw
received
those.
millions of
Honorable
dollars
Minister,
unaccounted for.
Honorable Minister, those persons are not here to defend themselves. You have to withdraw this.
Mr. Chairman, to date, $680,835,000 were spent through SLED.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Minister, you haven't spent half of the money provided in the budget, but you're coming and you're asking this House to approve another $250 million for you. Could you kindly explain that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I do hope that the honorable members on the APNO AFC side understand what is strategic planning.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipa.
Thank you, Cabinet Chairman. Cabinet Chairman, under the SLED program, as the Honorable Minister indicated, $680+ million have already been expended from the allocated $1.5 billion. And, sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister to say to this Honorable House, from this now requested $250 million, what is the criteria that will be used to disburse this money to the economic transformation projects that comes through SLED for residents and citizens of Guyana to apply and receive? Can the Honorable Minister specify what is the criteria, please, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, these monies will be spent on entrepreneurs, persons with small businesses, and vulnerable individuals, single parents, etc.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipon.
Yes, sir, I do understand that that is the essence of the sum allocated, and that was also the essence of the sum that was allocated before, $1.5 billion. But since that approval, sir, I have looked through all the newspapers, and I've even requested from the media houses as to whether they had an advertisement along the line inviting people to apply and inviting people to submit their proposal for the funding of their small projects that they may have, and if they were asked to submit a proposal to the ministry for it to be financed, and I have gotten no response to that effect. May I ask the Honorable Minister, in view of the championing of transparency and accountability, what is it that the ministry will do to enhance transparency and accountability in the field of advertising in the field of advertising for citizens to apply for these small grants to enhance their economic transformational projects in their respective communities?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this PPPC government led by Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali is a proactive government. We don't wait for the people to come to us. We go to them. All right? And it's being done not in an ad hoc manner. Forms have to be filled out. and these accounts are being audited.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister is kind enough to indicate to this House that forms were filled out in terms of satisfying the request of citizens to.
Did he say that?
Yes, I heard him saying forms are filled out.
Okay.
Perhaps he can correct me, but I did hear him say forms are being filled out when persons come to the ministry or when they go to the persons. Can I have that clarity before I continue, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Forms are, Mr. Chairman, forms are available in the various regions.
Yes.
Yeah, sir, he said forms are available in the various regions. So is it that the people go to the respective regions or you and your government go to them? Which one? Because you said just now you go to them.
Mr. Chairman, both.
Okay, sir, so may I ask, from the 680.8 million that was already spent, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to lay over the list of the economic transformation programs that have been funded thus far, the total sum that was allocated to each one of the economic transformation program, and the location of these economic transformation programs that is intended to be sustainable livelihood entrepreneurial development programs in respective regions?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, like I said earlier, this SLED program is properly audited.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I don't doubt it is properly audited, and I'm sure the minister has all the information to present it to the Auditor General for it to be audited. There's no issue about that. I'm not asking about audit, sir. I am asking the Honorable Minister.
We knew what you asked and we heard what the minister answered.
Yes, sir. So if
Yes.
you may permit.
If you're going to repeat the same question, I won't allow it.
Pardon me?
If you're going to repeat the same question, I won't allow it.
I won't.
You asked and he answered.
Sir, no, I'm asking if a list can be made available at his ministry, where I am going to make myself
At
available.
his ministry now.
Yes, to
Okay.
peruse.
Honorable
Because-
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, like I said, monies spent from the SLED program is properly audited, and your time will come, Honorable Mahipal, where you can raise your questions at the PAC.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder. Sorry, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, it says expansion of targeted initiatives. Could the Honorable Minister list the targeted initiatives and indicate what factors inform the identification of those initiatives?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, all 10 regions.
Thank you. Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't ask where they were. I'm asking what are these initiatives? And I'm asking, as a follow-up, what factors informed the identification of these initiatives? And I wish to add now what you anticipate to be the impact of these initiatives on the communities.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, based on the applications, because this is the SLED program, so based on the applications, we verify the payments.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I must say if monies were allocated based on answers provided, then this ministry would shut down. Honorable Chair, with respect to the sum, the $250 million, the legend says under remarks, it's provision of additional resources to facilitate the expansion of targeted initiatives. So the question is, which targeted initiatives would be advanced through these sums in Anna Regina, Charity Urusara NDC, and Moruco Providence NDC? For example, there is a need for a new market in Anna Regina, there is a need for a new market due to the fire in Charity. And there is much need for drainage and irrigation in Moruca, Providence, and the Paroons. So which targeted initiatives would be advanced in these?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this is the SLED program, Sustainable Livelihood and Entrepreneurial Development.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I heard just now in response to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition's question that the Honorable Minister indicated that this is based on applications. May I ask the Honorable Minister, how many applications do they have in the system right now to satisfy said SLED requests?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that information presently.
Thank you,
But I
Minister.
can safely say that it's in excess of 1,000.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Sir, I heard the Honorable Minister saying that he doesn't have the information. Is he willing to lay it over to this Honorable House?
Minister, will you?
Mr. Chairman, applications keep coming in all the time, and not everyone would be qualified.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Will the Minister be kind enough to lay over the total number of applications he has as of the 31st of July, 2023?
Honorable Minister.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I know Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Just for clarity's sake, Comrade Chair, is there any intent to construct a new market in Charity from these sums?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're speaking about SLED here.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency Code 13-134, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Local Government Development, Chart of Account 1904300, Regional Economic Transformation, that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Thank you and your staff, Minister, for taking us through that item. And now for the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Minister and her staff will get in place. And honorable members, let me draw your attention to item 4, Agency Code 16-161, Ministry of Amerindian Affairs Policy Development and Administration, Chart of Account 6281, Security Services, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated.
Sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, there was an approved sum in the House to the tune of $50 million, and we're now requesting $14,839,729. May I ask the Honorable Minister if there is more areas that will be covered, or was there an increase in the charges for security office at various locations? Because I know that when this question was asked.
Honorable Member, you've asked the question, so.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's been an increase in the cost of security services. One contract came to an end in the month of May, and the provision for open tenders for the new contracting term and the award brought on board a bit higher cost for the security service, the new security service.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
So is it, am I correct to conclude that the security services of the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs will now go for the contract period, which I'm assuming will end in May of next year, will be a total sum of $64,839,729.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, no, it is up to December
Thank you, Minister.
2023.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Chair. Could the Honorable Minister say to this House, what are the companies that will now take over the security services and what percentage of increase are they asking?
Honorable Minister.
Through the chair, the new security company contracted or awarded the contract for security of the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs is Hussein Security Services. Hussein Security Services.
Thank you,
In
Minister.
terms of percentage, I don't have it in percentage, but what it means, it means that in the first instance, in the previous security service, it was around 4 million plus, but the new security services is $5,983,773 per month.
Thank you, Minister.
Chair,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
could the Honorable Minister tell us?
Let me correct. The previous security was 4,700,000 per month. The new security service is now 5,983,773.
Could the Honorable Minister say to this House, what is the rationale given for this increase? And are you comfortable with the rationale that was given?
Honorable Minister.
It was through the process of open tender.
Thank you, Minister.
They were the lowest responsive bidder.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 16-161, Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, Policy Development and Administration, Chart of Accounts 6281, Security Services, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister. As Honorable Minister leaves, let me invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and his staff. And I propose the question that the sum stated for agency code 21-212, Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Support Services, Chart of Accounts 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjitan.
The $16 billion, Honorable Minister, that was set aside for these three organizations, have these sums been expended already?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, if I could, and I could give the disaggregation, for example, NDIA, the capital expenditure was $6 billion. And I'm just giving him an idea. Yes, we can expend the money, the sum that is now being appropriated for. And the capital budget, we already would have spent close to about 75% of it. And we have a number of other projects with the outreaches that His Excellency, the Vice President, myself, and other cabinet colleagues would have went out and do. We have a number of other projects that people are now requesting, and we want to start those projects to ensure that we put the system in place to continue to improve our infrastructure.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Minister, there is a $16 billion that was a voted provision under this line item. All I am asking is the 16 point something billion dollars, was it spent out now that you want to come and borrow, get some more? That is what the question is.
Mr. Chair, I just explained, I am saying about approximately 75% of that sum have been expended. I just said that.
Okay.
And I am saying that we have new projects. Those, listen, I am saying, Mr. Chair, if the honorable member can listen, I said that we have a budgeted sum for capital projects. We already have approximately 75% of that program ongoing. We are now coming to the House to ask for more money in the capital expenditure because of the outreaches that we have done over the last few months. We have new project on stream, and this is the money we are coming to appropriate.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Mr. Chairman, what we have here as a supplementary provision is nothing to do with capital. I see it on the current 2.9. What is telling me about the capital coming for capital? This is current he's asking for. Please, do you understand what you said?
So yes, Mr. Chair, 75% of that program would have expended, and I can lay over to the honorable member that programs that we have started. Right.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes. So 75% of the $16 million have been spent. You have 25% left. Plus the $2.9 billion. Could you disaggregate for me from this $2.9 billion, what sums are going to be at the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority, what the $2.9 billion is going to go towards?
Yes, Mr. Chair, 2.5 billion, 2.507 billion for NDIA, 437,750 for NARI, and 25 billion for GMC, giving you 2.969,753.
No, that's not what I'm. Please listen to me.
Honorable, allow him to finish. He was still on the floor.
And I will lay over, Mr. Chair, the programs that will entail the 2.5. I have it here. I can list it. I can go through it. And let me list some of those programs that we'll do. And if for the member's sake, a number of projects. We have, for example, we have the silting of drain at State Farm in Essequibo Region 2 for 3.3 million. Repair to 2 drainage structures at Providence, Lower Pomeroon River, Region 2, 3.5. Repair to Norton Sluice Door at Golden Fleece, Region 2, 4,055,000. Mechanical excavation of drainage and irrigation channel at Charles Garway, Lower Bonasika, 13,900,000. Mechanical excavation of drainage and irrigation channel at Rajendra Prasad at our Aran area, Lower Bonasika, 13.9. Mechanical excavation of drainage and irrigation channel at Lower Bonasika again, 13.9. Mechanical excavation of drainage channel at Potosi, Free and Easy, West Bank Demerara, and I can list is 100, is 737 new projects, or not new projects, current project that will do rehabilitation, repairs to. Now in the NARI one, I can also talk about what we'll be doing there. What we'll be doing in NARI, and I want the honorable member to listen, we will rehab the nurseries across our country. What we have now in this country have a demand for planting material. We have seen over the last 3 years, farmers coming on board in droves. We have seen food production have improved tremendously. So all the nurseries, the 7 nurseries in our country, we will ensure that we develop it to be more responsive to the needs of the farmers. That will, and I have the appropriation here. That here we have rough 11 nurseries, sorry, $69 million. will go into that to do new nurseries and rehab these nurseries, places like Timeri, Kairuni, number 63, where you come from, Mr. Ramsden, your family, them can get proper planting material and so. And what we will also do, we are now embarking on something called tissue culture. Tissue culture, we started it, an experiment, and we are just producing just about 13,000 plants annually, tissue culture plants, planting material. What we are doing now, we are working with a company from India, the Terry Company, to develop large-scale tissue culture in Guyana. We will be able to produce 1 million plants annually to farmers to plant different variety, and you have $268.7 million have been allocated to this project. In another year from now, less than a year, we'll have that lab functioning. We have specialists from India. When I went there, the president went there, we have had a number of discussions, and they are already in the country looking at our system at NARI. And then I spoke in my budget debate about the shade house program that we have. I said we'll replicate that across the country. We have now about 150 young people in Region 4 that are involved in shade house activity. We have already, that shade house at Mandripo have earned approximately $50 million for this year already. Less than a year, they have already earned $50 million. I am looking now to take this program across this country, where we'll purchase another 100 shade house to take it to places like Buxton, Region 6, Linden, Canals Folder, Region 2, so that we can have all the young people in our country to go into this activity. Remember, I said we had a number of agronomists who would have completed their tertiary education who are now working behind a desk. We want them to get involved in agriculture. We want agriculture to be more attractive, rather than, in their opinion, they are seeing agriculture as a menial job, a job for old people who never went to school and so. So we want to change that concept, and we are having very good results. A lot of young people now is involved in agriculture, and they are making it now their livelihood, where they are going, putting their, not only their money and resources and the help from the government, but their skills into the agriculture sector. That is why entire Caribbean today is looking forward to Guyana to drive that system. You're laughing, Mr. Ramjitan, honorable member, but let me tell you, I sent people to Barbados. Prime Minister Motley would have called, and we sent specialists to Barbados. We sent specialists now to Trinidad, and they are helping to resuscitate the rice industry in Trinidad. And when you go to Trinidad, the Trinidadians now have kudos for Guyanese. They want to work with us. That's the kind of way we have been doing things over the last 3 years. And Guyana is driving this process, and will be successful.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honourable
Chairman.
Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Ramsden.
Is the minister then confessing to a misestimation in January when he did not estimate it for all of this?
Absolutely not, Mr. Chair. He said when we plan our programs, last year, we had the budget out. Now there are new things coming, and we are not static like the AP and UFC. We had a vision, and we have vision. That is why we are moving the sector. You're seeing the sector is moving. So you can't just be in a tunnel vision you have and just budget for some and spend it for the entire year. You have new things coming on stream. For example, if you look in the press yesterday, we have moved production of brackish shrimp now from 10,000 kilogram monthly to 120,000 kilogram now. Right? We have moved that. That's a new sector. The other day, we started the experiment at Lake Kapoi and Mainstay. You saw in the press the Tambiki, the result there. So these are new things, Mr. Chair, and I think the opposition should wholeheartedly support these programs. This will help the entire Guyanese and Guyana society to move this process forward. That is why we are not putting all our eggs in one basket and say oil and gas sector will bring growth. We have growth in the non-oil sector. That's the point I was making that day. And if you look at the reports in the country at the end of this year, you'll have bumper production in the agriculture sector.
Honourable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I recognize the Ministry of Agriculture through the ministers coming for another $2.9 billion on the current. almost $3 billion. Mr. Chair, the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority will receive 2.5 billion. The minister stated that this expanded program is as a result of visits from the Vice President and new works coming on stream. Mr. Chair, in the month of February 2022, I wrote to the Minister of Agriculture, and these are the conditions of the drainage and irrigation canals in region number 5, to be specific, number 5 and number 4 villages. Mr. Chair, is it then that we have to wait the question to the minister until the Vice President or the minister visits number 5 or number 4 in order for these works to be done? And this condition, Mr. Chair, has worsened tremendously. Could the minister answer that?
Honorable member,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister, hold a second. The question really should have been, after you lay all that, is this area and these projects included in this sum? Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to inform the honorable member that he talked to me on a regular basis. So I don't know this misconception he's bringing to this house and saying that we have to wait until the minister, the vice president, or the president go there. I normally go to MMA in that area on a regular basis. We have our member of parliament, we have the regional and vice chairman, we have a number of personnel in that area. The honorable member, Mr. Jordan, could know that he can make fun. Only the last parliament that we had, he spoke to me out there. He never mentioned it. Never mentioned that there are clock canals and drain in Region 5. But I want to tell you, Mr. Chair, that thousands of rods of canals we have done in Region 5. And if the member would have, I don't know where he took that picture, because remember he was talking not so long ago. He came to this house and misled it and said about the abattoir in Region 5 and Vawa. And again, I am saying I don't know where the honorable member has or got those pictures from. But I want to assure him that if there is any condition like that in Region 5, I am willing to look at it, and we will ensure that we do it, because we take development in every corner in this country. And a number of areas in Region 5, we have done work.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to state that the honorable minister, through his secretary, received this document on the 24th. That's the first point of February then. And also that I spoke to the minister right out there as he's making mention, and I said, you need to take special or pay keen attention to number 5 and number 4, because I sent you a letter and he said he will respond to me. Mr. Chair, I'm willing to lay this over and also accompany the minister on a visit as early as tomorrow morning to this community to see the state of this canal.
Honorable member, again, this is not a session for making statements. This is a session for asking the minister questions pertaining to the allocation which is being sought. All right? So, I will start now using the guillotine. Honorable leader of the opposition, have to give the honorable minister a chance to respond to the statement and the implicit question. Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to say again, I want to reiterate my view that in every single community, especially Region 5, what we are having in Region 5, we are having almost all the canals being desilted. As I said, the honorable member would have raised issues, and we have been doing work across Region 5. Places like, right now, let me tell you what, right now in Belladrum, we are doing clearing lands and doing desilting of canals for farmers, lands that were abandoned for ages. And they were in government for 5 years and never did anything for the farmers in Buxton, in Belladrum. When we went there, they said the farmers told us the land were abandoned for ages. In the 5 years when the APNU AFC were in government, they never went there to do work for the people them in Belladrum. So we have to do it. And that is why we are doing the work in all across Region 5. And if I am saying again, if the honorable member have those canals and those canals are clogged, we will clean those canals.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment that a speaker there should be fairness. You said to one of the opposition speakers that they can only ask questions, they can't comment. It follows ipso facto that the person answering should only answer and not be able to comment.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I think my time here in the Parliament do qualify me as one of the specialists on the standing orders. And for you to try to lecture me that I would not really take too kindly. What I was coaching the Honorable Minister about, he made two statements without asking a question. I led him into a question and he repeated the same mistake he made. So be careful. Be careful how you deal with 6 terms in the National Assembly. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency Code 21-212, Chart of Account 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Same agency, Chart of Account 1301600, National Drainage and Irrigation Authority, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan.
Yes, there is another $4 billion I notice here for facilities, drainage and irrigation. Is this drainage and irrigation the same body, the NDIA, is going to spend that money?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes. So could we have, and you don't need to read it out, but just for my purposes, disaggregation of where in the regions 2, 3, and 4 you're going to spend this $4 billion?
Honorable, I'm a bit confused. You say don't read it out, but you want a disaggregation. So what?
No, the disaggregation, if you could lay it over.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I'm now going to have to be listening very keenly and actually.
Sorry.
Okay, good.
My mistake, sir.
Because I'm getting lectured on standing orders.
No.
Sure, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Chart of Account 1301600, National Drainage and Irrigation Authority, and put the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, same agency, Chart of Account 1701500, Guyana Livestock Development Authority, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state what are the additional resources that are needed for the pasture development in regions 2, 3, 5, and 10?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, yes, we will do these development across, as the Honorable Member would have mentioned, in those areas. Places like in Region 5, we'll do it at Dairy, Kabwa, and Davis, those 3 areas. Develop 6,600 acres of pasture land. You know now that we're building a milk parlor in Region 5. We already have a milk plant built at Anvawak there, a private milk plant. Yesterday only I delivered to farmers in Region 5 and Region 4 a number of milking machines, and we are seeing the population in cattle now is increasing, especially in the dairy development that we have started. So the pasture here, this will cater for about, in Region 5, we'll expend $88.7 million to do pasture development there. In Region 10, 300 acres of pasture they develop at Kokwani. I went there about 6 months ago, and the farmers in Kokwani say they are getting a lot of conflict between cash crop farmers, between farmers and cattle owners. So we are developing the pasture, we'll fence it, and the cattle owners here will have that facility. We'll expend $4.3 million in there. In Region 2, 300 acres earmarked for pasture development at the Aurora zone in Essequibo at a cost of $4.3 million. And in Region 3, 180 acres of pasture developed at Windsor Forest. This here, Mr. Chair, you will see that last year, or this year, we have seen the growth in the dairy or the cattle industry by 9%. And by the end of 2023, we are hoping with this development coming on stream, we'll see the growth in the cattle industry, including dairy and beef, by 12.1% approximately. That's the projection that we have.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put it to Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. Minister, with regards to Region 10, the development with the cattle and the fenced area that you going to use some of these resources to provide in an area for those cattle to rear. Would it also feature specialized grass to be grown in that same area there so that the growth? And in regards to that, would water system also be included?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we already imported the grass seed. We have a lot of grass seed and we are working with ICA to develop these pastures across the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency Code 21-212, Chart of Account 1701500, Ghana Livestock Development Authority, and the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's move to Chart of Account 4503200, contribution to local cooperation, Gaisuku. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask of the Honorable Minister, I see provision of additional resources to facilitate rehabilitation of 1,572 hectares of temporary abundant lands at Albion, Blairmont, Rosal, and Iflot. Could the Honorable Minister state how, if it would, and how would it improve or develop the production of these estates, and at what rate?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this here is a very important issue. You know that for a fact. And I think that the honorable member would have known that Gaisuku was one of the entities that they had destroyed, they were on the verge of destroying. We are now bringing it back. And we have seen a 14% increase in sugar production already this year. I am hoping with the development of these lands, the lands that were abandoned by the APNUAFC at Rose Hall, where you have forests now grown. We have to clear those lands, do retilling, do replanting to bring up the hectares so that Rose Hall will have enough cane to grind. Rose Hall, I want to report to this House that in the next month, by the end of September, Rose Hall will start and smoke will come out of that chimney again. Once again, and that's one of the promises that we have made to the people of our country, and we are now bringing that to reality. We have employed almost approximately 1,100 workers that were fired by the APNUAFC. They are now once again in employment at Rose Hall Estate.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, following up with this question, I want to ask specifically of the Minister, if we're going to open lands at these estates, what will then be the new production targets? I want to get out of the Minister and Gaisuku. You're now bringing more cane on board. You're going to grind in more. What are the new targets? Would it be revised upwards? And would it reflect the inputs of the $1.5 billion that we're now putting in to what we will get at the end?
Honorable Minister.
Definitely, Mr. Chair. If we aren't putting money to do tilling, replanting, and get new cane, we'll have to have more sugar. Now, the target this year is 60,000 tons. We are hoping and we are very optimistic that we'll reach and make that 60,000 tons. Next year's target will be 100,000 tons. And this year will contribute to that target. And if I could go Rosal, 600 hectares to be rehabilitated. The ton cane per hectare, we are looking at 85 ton canes per hectare. Estimate ton cane in 2024 might be about 56,100 tons, right? Which we are looking to give us another 4,315 tons of sugar. And I get the breakdown like that for the other estate. In terms of the 1,572 hectares of land that will develop and put under cane cultivation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll begin by asking, through you, the Honorable Minister, to disaggregate the 1,572 hectares as he has for the 4 estates listed.
You want an oral or a layover?
No, he can tell me
Honorable
it's only
Minister, go ahead.
1,500.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at Rosal, we will do 660 hectares, Albion 600 hectares, Blairmont 180 hectares, I-Plot 132 hectares, giving you 1,572 hectares.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister kindly indicate to the House how many hectares he has now brought under cultivation at the Rosal Estate?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, approximately 4,000 hectares are under cultivation now. That is why we are starting the second crop of 2023 at Rosal this time.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Member.
Clarification, Mr. Chair. This 4,000 that you speak of, is this land that was planted that you said you're now recultivating? This 4,000, is that entire 4,000?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, remember, we are, and I heard over there, they said that the honorable member said that we are in government 3 years. We are in government for 3 years, and we have been preparing this estate all the time because all the land were abundant, and we have replanted. We have replanted approximately 4,000 hectares, and that is why those are new canes. Now will be reaped to start the Rosal estate next month.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, I would want to ask the minister, if December, when you came here for the additional funds, you said that you were putting back approximately 2,000 hectares at the Rosal Estate. And now you're coming for more monies to put another 660 hectares of land. So are you saying that with the voted provisions in the budget, you are able to put into cultivation the difference?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the honorable member understanding, this is a work in progress. Cane is not a thing that you plant today and you get it in another 4 or 5 months. It's a ratoon. And you know the ratoon have been going on. And the 2,000 acres that the honorable member would have referred to prior to the end of year that you spoke about, December, those were the canes before. And those were the preparation that we started when we start to plan the reopening of the Rosal estate.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So could the minister kindly say to the House how many hectares he has been able to put into cultivation with the budgeted allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Approximately 4,000, Mr. Chair. 2,000 in the last year that we spoke about, and before that, we have started the replanting when we got into government, and we started the preparation of the replanting and retilling at Rosal.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
That
Lawrence.
wasn't what I asked, but I'll go on. That was not what I asked. Mr. Chair, through you, could the minister kindly indicate to the House whether he would be able to provide the House with a funds flow or utilization table indicating the monthly intake and outflow of resources to the corporation from all sources for the rest of the year, because this supplementary says that it ends on the 31st of December. So what is it that will be coming in to Gaisupo?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can get the other funding. I can give now the disaggregation of government funding directly to the corporation, and the sale of sugar with other funding. I can provide that information at a later date and later.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Chair, I would just like the minister to lay over that funds flow.
Definitely.
That's all.
I will.
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on the output of the first crop, how much is the expected sugar production for the year? And how much is the expected earnings?
How much? That's the last part of the question, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister, based on the first crop, do you have a revised for 2023?
So Mr. Chair, as I indicated earlier, that the target this year is 60,000 tons. We already made 10,000 and just over 10,000 tons. And I am very optimistic that we will be making the remaining. The approximate sales, the projection is about 12 billion.
I'm projecting. Thank you very much. Honorable Member Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
I just want to have a follow-up question for the Honorable Minister. I would like to know what is the flat fallow period that you will, after you till this land, what is the flat fallow period that you'll be implemented?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, that depends on the condition of the estate. If I don't know, the honorable member know about flood following. Flood following in 6 months. 6 months period you flood the field, depends on the pH level of the field, depends what you want, depends on the age of the ratoon. In Gaisupo, what we have young ratoons. So now these days we are having the ratoons and we are doing crop husbandry. We're putting in more fertilizer, we're putting in more other chemicals to ensure that we have proper growth. That is why you'll see the ton skeins per acre or ton skeins per hectare is moving from 40 ton skeins when we took over. So now it's gone to 50 and 60 ton skeins. The original target that we want is 80. I mentioned it, 80 ton skeins per hectare. And we are getting there. The yield will increase with the crop husbandry and the money and the agronomist practice that Gaisupo is doing now.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister, with the expansion and opening of lands at Iflot Estate, does the Iflot Estate has the capacity to, one, grind the amount of canes that will be planted over time with the expansion, and with Iflot Estate failing miserably in the last crop of 2020, only producing just about 66,000 tons of canes, sugar rather, during that period. Is the factory also capable of handling the additional cane that will be planted?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the honorable member would have known, prior to the closing of the Wales Estate, there were a number of cane farmers who were put on the breadline, who were supplying canes to Iflot. The throughput of Iflot now is under capacity with the amount of cane there. The cane cultivation is small. We have put in a new turbine at Iflot, and it has the capacity to grind more than this cane. So in future to come, we will expand cane cultivation at Iflot. And the factory will have the capacity to grind more canes because the hectare will be increased.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, with these additional funds and all the improvements in the corporation, are you indicating to this House and the nation that the corporation will be on good financial footing after these injections, and hence we will not see you coming back to this house to ask for further funding for the rest of this year?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, I can assure the honorable member that because the destruction that was done in the 5 years they were in government, almost the entire estate were collapsing. We have to do a lot of work, and that's a work in progress. We will continue to rehabilitate Gaisuco because Gaisuco is one of the most important organizations in Guyana. And we will continue to do it when Gaisuco meets its peak, then we'll stop.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 4503200 contribution to local corporation Gaisuco, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister, and your staff for taking us through that item. Honorable members, let us get the Honorable Minister of Public Works and his team in the well. And I propose the question that the sum stated for chart of account 31-3111, Ministry of Public Works, Policy Development and Administration. And we are going to be at chart of account 6321. Chart of account 6321. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this line item, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, stand part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Earlier in February, the House approved $1.081 billion and change for subsidies to local organizations. I note that the request now is being made for an additional $300 million. Can the Honorable Minister explain to the House? I note in the legend you have provided a disaggregation of the total sum, but can you inform the House as to the amount of monies or percentage that were spent on the initial sum as at July 31st, 2023? And also, what will this new provision caters for the two organizations? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honorable member for the question. The monies being sought here, Mr. Chairman, is to provide support to the Berbice Bridge Company. And I can indicate to you that the traffic flow at the Berbice Bridge has significantly increased when you do the computations and the comparison to what obtained before. And the policy direction is that we continue to support the subsidies there at the Berbice Bridge Company. Secondly, the Transport and Harvest Department, which is basically support for fuel. We have practically used up most, if not all, of what was allocated. And I think the honorable members who utilize that service would recognize that since we would have introduced online booking, the number of persons using the service, because of its convenience and predictability, has significantly increased to the extent that His Excellency
the president has indicated that there will be an additional service, an additional vessel that will service that region, and we're putting that vessel on test at this weekend as well. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting on the sidelines of this parliament to facilitate that as soon as I'm done. So this is just basically, honorable member, because of the increase of usage and the improvement of the efficiency of the service, more and more people are using the service. So we require greater subsidy.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I thank the honorable member for his responses. But in addition to the questions put earlier, can the honorable minister assure this National Assembly that the requested, the new provisions being sought now would suffice to the end of the year, and we wouldn't see you coming back for additional sums for these two organizations?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as you're aware, because of your own professional field, when you're budgeting, you use assumptions that are based upon some amount of empirical data. If things change outside of that data that you were using, well, you can't guarantee things will remain the same. But based upon the data that is available to us, the assumptions are that this is what is required to take us to the top.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I now move to line item 6251, maintain.
Well, you can't move to that line item until I
sorry,
propose
sir.
it. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I heard the minister correctly, he is saying the $79 million is subsidy to the Berbice Bridge due to increased traffic. Can I ask the honorable minister, with the increased revenues that has been touted every time, fastest ever growing economy, every time you hear, is the government considering increasing the subsidy or therefore reducing the cost to consumers of the Berbice Bridge in for commuters between Region 6 and Region 5? Right now it's 10%. Is the government considering increasing that subsidy? And secondly, can the honorable minister say if the order against the Berbice Bridge prohibiting them from increasing their fees, if it is still in place, and if so, why?
Mr. Chair, I could indicate to the honorable member that government's policy is to ensure that we don't add any additional burden to the citizens of Guyana, and that secondly, wherever government's intervention can alleviate the pain and the sufferings and the difficult circumstances of people, that we make those kinds of an intervention. I'd like to remind this honorable House that the Berbice Bridge Company is still a private company. And while there was some interventions, including the takeover of the bridge by the last government, we respect the fact that private sector investments must be guaranteed, and that while we manage and we make interventions, we don't interfere unnecessarily with investments of private individuals and companies. So the decisions about whether we make more interventions or not make more interventions is one that has to be studied, and at the appropriate time that will be announced. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Right, Mr. Chair, maybe it's the acoustics in here because I didn't hear an answer. So I repeat, right?
Honorable Member, you asked the question, the Minister responded. You have a next question.
No.
You asked the question.
Sir, I
you
asked a
responded.
direct question.
You
Is
asked
there,
another
okay, sorry, follow up.
Follow up, go ahead.
Follow up, sir. The minister just stated that after the requisite studies have been completed, the government.
I didn't
will
say
fund-
studies.
Honorable Minister, you get a chance to talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Sir, okay then, sir. We said after the, I sure I heard studies. We can ask the answer to check. Sir, is there any studies or is there any interventions? Is there any, as the minister, any policy document? Has he put up anything to reduce the subsidies or increase the subsidies for the Barbies Bridge? And we on this side of the house also respect the private sector, sir. But can he also say, if the court order prohibiting that private sector company, which he respects, is still in effect?
Honorable Minister.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is asking if the actions that he and his government took as it relates to the Barbies Bridge, if it's still excellent. I guess that's the question that he's asking, but in a different way. The answer to that is that we have, through the legal mechanisms, engaged the Office of the Attorney General and the company. There were specific matters that were filed in the courts, and those matters are being dealt with at the legal level for the resolution, and to ensure that we have a functioning, manageable environment for the operation of the Barbies Bridge. And I wouldn't want to venture forward into that, since this is a matter that is engaging the courts.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Can the Honorable Minister say what are the legal matters intervention in court? So from my recollection, this matter went to the CCJ and was ruled in finality. So can the Honorable Minister, because it obviously would be filed against him, can he say what legal matters are with the court?
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member knows the details, I don't know why he's asking me. Because it's already in the public domain, as he claims. But as far as I know, since I took office, being the gazetted Minister of Public Works, of which engaged the Barbies Bridge Corporation, we have requested that the Attorney General's office, and he has so done, engage the corporation, and all the matters that were tied up in the courts are being handled at the legal level at this time.
Thank you,
sir.
Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 31-311, Ministry of Public Works Policy Development and Administration, Chart of Accounts 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of Account 6251, same agency, maintenance of roads, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member on this very line item, 6251, maintenance of road. We had a voted provision of $2.7 billion. And the ministry is now requesting an additional $500 million for additional resources due to an expanded work program. My first question to the honorable member, sir. In February of 2023, you did say that 14.463 billion will be catered for in this year's budget for new projects. Can you say to the Assembly from this 14.4 billion, what percentage have been expended as at 31st of July 2023? That's one. Secondly, what are the additional expanded program that this new provision being sought, the 500 million, will be catering for? So I don't know if you would want to lay over the list of roads that are to be done in the various areas. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, would you want to lay it over?
Mr. Chairman, before I even address the issue of laying over, I need to inform the House that maybe the honourable member may want to relook at what she's talking about. We're talking here about maintenance of roads, but she's engaging the capital project on miscellaneous roads. This is maintenance of roads that we're asking for additional sums for. And I believe while we are doing the capital, which she will have an opportunity to ask those questions at some other time here, we have to maintain the roads. And one of the biggest challenges that we've had, and I need to use this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps all members of the National Assembly can cooperate. Building roads is one aspect of development. Maintaining of roads is a major challenge. If we continue to have significant encumbrances on the shoulders of roads that are not being drained, the water can't get off when there is rainfall, people are blocking drains and the rest of it, we will have deterioration of roads. We have to do weeding and cleaning, removing of the shrubs and the grass and the excess waste and garbage that are dumped unnecessarily sometimes at the shoulders and drains. It is under this program that we do those kinds of works. Potholes developed for different reasons in different areas. We have to address that, and this is where we do the maintenance of roads. For the year, we have done significant amount of work, and all the users of the East Bank corridor would appreciate that significant improvements have been made in maintaining that road while we are seeking to do the capital, work. Traffic is flowing much faster than it used to because of those interventions. Persons around the city would have seen that the potholes are in the city are being addressed. Persons in the quarantine highway would indicate to you that while there were significant damages that were done to the roadway in the Palmyra to Molson Creek stretch, it has been addressed and maintained. It's under this program. People will tell you in the Mahaika area where we've had failed culverts and some of the difficulties we've had, maintenance of roads has been an ongoing, and this is where the monies are being spent, Honorable. This is not capital projects.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to thank the honorable member for correcting me. It was an oversight on my part, so I accept his correction. Okay. With the information provided earlier by the honorable member, would you be kind enough to lay over the information as it regards to the expanded programs which this new additional sum will now cater for? Secondly, sir, because a number of residents reached out to me, so I would like to find out on their behalf whether you have roads in Sophia Morso, Beefield, Beefield Sophia is in the program, for this new program, expanded program, and also whether you have roads in perfect harmony, because I know for a fact there's a collaboration between the Ministry of Public Works and Housing to have some major works done on roads, and also whether this new provision, this new 500 million will cater for roads in areas such as the Red Road area, because I'm asking these questions on behalf of constituents who would have reached out to me. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for the question. The expenditure for the 500 million is very short, so I can give it to the House and all the people of Ghana can benefit. First, it is for the purchase of asphaltic. It is for the purchase of asphaltic concrete, and we're looking at about $200 million to purchase asphaltic concrete. Maintenance of the road network in Georgetown and Region 4, which is some of the main thoroughfares that we have. There are times when, apart from the special projects unit of the ministry, with its limited capacity, we have to engage other contractors to do some maintenance work. We're looking at $150 million. Maintenance of the East Bank Public Road, which is what I was just referring to. We anticipate that we will spend another $80 million in works there. Maintenance of road shoulders and roadside infrastructure in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. We will spend an additional $70 million, a total of $500 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson, then.
Mr. Chairman, if you just allow me, I know the honorable member asked about the Sophia area.
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's public knowledge because I did visit Sophia and engage residents in the various fields, and we have indicated that we are programming about 30 roads for Sophia in 2023. Most of this will be done in concrete, and it's not going to be done under this program. It is capital works. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson, then Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know for a fact that the honorable member identified areas of which works are to be covered under this 500 million. Made reference to the East Bank. The East Bank is a very, large corridor. So I would like to know exactly which area on the East Bank. That's one. Secondly, I would still love for you, sir, to provide to the House the information so we can share with our people. And thirdly, would you say to this National Assembly what procurement method will be used to ensure that this 500 million is properly accounted for? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the entire East Bank corridor is contemplated for maintenance. And that means we're talking from the Houston bypass all the way to the Tiberi International Airport. Secondly, the procurement process that is used for the maintenance of the East Bank corridor, it's the force account unit of the Ministry of Public Works that has been tasked, the special projects unit that has been tasked with that maintenance.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair.
Thank
you. While I hear the honorable member saying that works will be done on the East Bank corridor from Houston way up to Tiberi, the honorable member will agree with me that just a few weeks ago, Mr. Blinken was here, and I know massive works, corrective works, were done on the East Bank corridor. Just a week ago, I traversed that area, and I haven't seen any potholes and amongst every other thing that the honorable member referred to. So I just need clarity. I just need clarity whether some portion of this money will indeed go to works that were already done on the East Bank corridor from Houston to Mary.
Mr.
Honorable
Chair,
Minister, go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've made it very clear, and sometimes we miss the big picture that safety comes before politics. What we've been doing in the Ministry of Public Works is to improve safety of our road users. You would have seen a new phenomenon. Teams of men and women picking up sand, debris off the road. Just recently, we have had to put out a statement reminding truck drivers that it's against the law to come travel without covering their bricks and sand and loam and garbage. It is the devil's own job to keep the East Bank and the Linden-Soosdijk Highway. Right now, a major intervention is required in the area of Splashman, where there's a broken barranca and you can have about 40 truckloads of sand that needs to be scooped up off that road. Vehicles have run off the road as a result of the sand. The potholes is one thing. There are times when we have to go with machines to clear sand, entire truckloads of sand, entire truckloads of garbage, mud that people dump on the corridors of the road, and we have to be able to make drainage to get the water off the road. The honorable member asking the question functioned in this ministry as a minister within the ministry, and I'm sure she's fully well aware with the challenges, even though they did not address it while they were there. So I think at minimum, they should appreciate the fact that this government is addressing the challenges that exist at this time.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard the Honorable Minister mention that this $500 million will be used for road maintenance across. And I'm asking if any consideration was made specifically for Victoria West Sideline and Nabaklis in this sum.
Honorable Minister.
The works that we will be doing on the capital, Mr. Chairman, will cover the concerns that the honorable member is raising.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I know Honorable Member Mr. Holder.
Mr. Chair, I heard the minister mention Region 2. I believe he said some rehabilitation to the road shoulders. But critical work means somebody from the region. Critical work is needed along to the asphaltic surface of the public road itself. Just months ago, huge sums were spent to repair the road. I don't know, the minister can tell you that, how much. But we are quickly returning to a bad state with regards to the road. For example, Erie Hall, which was repaired, is back in a bad state. That's an area just opposite, I think it's a DDL outlet. You have bad areas in Queenstown, Aberdeen, New Road. New Road was done about 3 times. Sections of New Road was done about 3 times since the PPP took office. Charity, we also see Charity constantly deteriorate. And the minister would know that because he's often in the region. And so I'm asking if any amount, being in the region and actually doing work is something else, something different. I'm asking if there's any provision in this $500 million here that caters for general repairs to the main thoroughfare in Region 2.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I thank the Honorable Member for appreciating that work was done, because we have already executed 4 sectional repair contracts, and we have another 4 sectional repairs on the main thoroughfare, Supernam to Charity, that is being executed. You know, the challenges that we have in Guyana with repairing roads, and some of it people might laugh and make fun of it, but to shut down a main thoroughfare, to carry out a full rehab, would be it will be a huge challenge for the people in that community and in the government. And what we've been seeking to do when we have these real challenges, like what would have happened in the Essequibo, because we recognize that that road has been there for a number of years. It's been heavily used. I guess the volume of traffic is beyond what the design life catered for, is that we've been doing sectional repairs and seeking to ensure that at all material times the thoroughfare is safe and that people could traverse within specific time to get about their business. So I thank the Honorable Member for raising those concerns. We have already done some work, and from these sums we will continue to execute the others that needs to be done.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now, Honorable Member Mr.
Yes.
Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister spoke about a number of road works to be done in Region 10. And Minister, I did mention to you about the 1.6 billion I would have read about that is going to be invested in Region 10, which we welcome, of course, because we know that there's a minimal subvention at the local government for the municipal council. And obviously they cannot do roads. So we welcome these community roads. What I'm concerned about, Honorable Minister, is that in some communities, the original size of the road is being reduced to a smaller road. And
in Linden?
Yes, Rizrock, for example, the Rizrock community, wider roads are now being reduced. But we do welcome the upgrade in the roads, but is there a reason why those roads are being reduced in size? And with regards to the 1.6 billion investment in community roads, would all of those roads be concrete roads?
Mr. Chairman, we are discussing here maintenance of roads. And the roads that are being maintained in Linden are being maintained. We're not reducing any size of any road that I know of. We have expended $136 million in Region 10 on maintenance work. That means, for example, when we had the big washaway on what you call it, the Casarana Drive, I think it is, I hope I call it correctly, areas like that, where we had to fix in front of the forestry where the trucks were parking and digging in when they were pulling off, and main thoroughfares, we had to make interventions. The $1.6 billion that the Honorable Member is referring to is in the capital project, and that is new roads. In the design of new roads, the ministry's lab and design department engage in the testing of the soil, water flow, and other conditions. And based upon that, they determine what is the design the road will need to have. If they need to use fabric, how many inches across your run, if we need to put in special drains, and all the rest of it. The designs of those roads are being done by the technical people
And we're not reducing sizes of roads. We're seeking to expand our road network. The entire program of the Irfan Ali-led administration is expanding our road network, reducing travel time, giving people greater access, and ensuring in some instances we take people out of the mud and slush that they've been living in for years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Chart of Account 6251, Maintenance of Roads. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of Account 110-1100, Demerara Harbor Bridge. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. I note we had an initial voted provision of 600 million. Perhaps the minister would be kind enough to let the House know as at 31st of July what the percentage expended thus far. And for the new provision being sought, 568 million and change. I note here in your legend, you have provision of additional resources to undertake critical rehabilitation works, specifically the rehabilitation of high span and fabrication and rehabilitation of pontoons. I note for a fact just last week, you did some work, approximately 72 hours of work on the bridge. Is the House to understand that this provision being sought will take care of works that were done, or it will take care of new works which are to be done? And thirdly, or fourthly, whether this will be suffice and you will not return to the House for additional sums before the end of the year 2023. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for the question. I would have been quite satisfied if the honorable member would have started by congratulating the men and women of the Demerara Harbor Bridge for a fantastic job in getting span 9 replaced within record time and to ensure that the people of Guyana receive the continual service. And since she did not do that, may I use this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, from us here in the National Assembly to say to the management, the board of directors, and the persons who were engaged in that humongous task, who rallied the storm and went beyond the call of duty in getting the work done ahead of time, our deep appreciation for what they would have done. The monies that are being sought are to ensure that the contracts and engagements continue. We have pontoons that have to be rehabilitated. And to answer the question, all the monies that were allocated, spent, all spent. We have contracts that are ongoing that needs to be satisfied. So that's why we're here asking for the money. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Chair, the Demerara Harbor Bridge has been around since 1978, I believe. A remarkable project done under the People's National Congress government. It has survived well beyond its expected useful life. And sometime last year, it would have suffered severe damage. And according to the minister, the cost reported, at least in the newspapers, is around $1 billion. Now, the damage would have given the circumstances then would have given the government an opportunity to do a major assessment of the bridge. At the same time, the government would have entered into agreements to have a new bridge built just nearby. Mr. Chair, given these facts, any competent government would have developed a plan for the existing bridge going forward. Now, a few months ago, we had the 2023 budget. And so one would have expected that with whatever assessment they would have done, whatever assessment we expect them to do, given that you had a major problem with the bridge, they would have put forward a proper plan. The government would have put forward a proper plan and allocate adequate resources to deal with the bridge going forward. So my question is, what is the plan for this bridge going forward? And why is it that just a few months later, after the budget, the government now returns to this National Assembly asking for practically 100% of the sums that they would have just received under the budget to do, according to what is labeled here, more maintenance and rehabilitation. Is it the case of a lack of proper planning? Is it, I've asked one or two questions already, and I'm asking yet another question. Is it the case of a lack of proper planning or budgeting? Over to the minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member, Mr. Holt, is putting me in a position where I cannot help but to respond and explore. Because the management decisions for the repair and rehabilitation of the Demerara Harbor Bridge, which was known with its defects, breakages, and issues of safety, was known under the APNU AFC, and they did nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. We were putting Guyanese at risk. We were putting Guyanese at risk by having them use that bridge in the condition that we inherited it in 2020. And that's the reality. The documents that came from the bridge to the then minister stating what was required and the sums that were required are available. Nothing was done. So the issue that the honorable member should be saying is thanks to the PPP for improving safety of the Guyanese people by ensuring Span 9 was rehabilitated and replaced. The damages on the high span were fixed. The proper alignment of the bridge and the buoys that hold the bridge stable are fixed, and the pontoons that are taking in water and rotting are being fixed. And that's what we have been doing. That's what we've been doing.
Thank you.
And I don't think that in this instance, Mr. Chair, that any one of us in the PPPC cabinet would be reckless just to come to splurge. We're not in the splurge mode. The Demerara Harbor Bridge is a corporation that earns. When we come to this house, is to supplement what they cannot do with the revenues that they garner. If you look at the report of the Demerara Harbor Bridge, which are tabled in this National Assembly, the honorable member and other members will be able to see how the monies that are collected from the Harbor Bridge are expended. And when we come to this house and ask additional support, is to ensure that what they can do as a corporation, we support from the consolidated fund. And that's all we're asking for here.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is the sum stated for chart of account 110-1100 Demerara Harbor Bridge that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now move to chart of account 1404100, miscellaneous roads and drainage. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. And I honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask the minister, sir, because this is on the capital and it encompasses all the preceding questions. Can the minister say, as of July, what is the PSIP's percentage expenditure for the ministry, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we're dealing here with miscellaneous roads, and I can disclose to the honorable member in this house, we have already, as of the 31st of December, expended 81% of the allocation on the miscellaneous roads.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that lovely number quoted there, sir. But, sir, as you know, the half-year report has been done, sir. Maybe the minister and the Ministry of Public Infrastructure is listed as spending only 25%. This is the Ministry of Public Works, or 25% at the end of June. Is the honorable minister saying that what the figures quoted by the Ministry of Finance are incorrect? And if not, what are they?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know where the honorable member manufactures his numbers, but I've just checked with my PS and my team here, and his number is way off. And I don't want to get into a preamble about PSIP. I'm dealing here with miscellaneous roads.
And 82%.
And 81.2%, I think it's 81.2% of the total expenditure. And Mr. Chairman, I could help the honorable member by giving a report on what we have been doing in terms of miscellaneous roads, because the people in Guyana keep asking for roads, and we have to appreciate a lot has been done.
Appreciate too that we haven't done quarter of the business for the day.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, I can indicate to you that in 2020, we did 151 roads. In 2021, we did 198 roads. And listen to this number. In 2022, we did 2,251 roads. For 2023, to where we are right now, we have 378 contracts that are under execution, and we have a number of other roads at the procurement stage. What we're asking this additional money for, sir, is to do an additional 300 roads on the east coast of Demerara, an additional 100 roads on the east bank of Demerara, to make another 300 roads in region number 6, to put in another intervention of about another $1 billion worth of capital works in region number 2, of which the Honorable Mr. Holder will be able about, and to do that $1.6 billion worth of work that Mr. Figueroa quoted here in the House. And that's what we're discussing here at this time.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I will keep making this point because I would like it in the answer, because
I would like you to ask a question, but don't make ones.
Yes, sir. I'm saying, sir, that the minister's percentages on miscellaneous roads are commendable. Its percentages overall, sir, it took the entire ministry is just working on miscellaneous and urban roads as well. I heard you're about.
And you will get
you are the next. So he'll tell you he's about 55% on urban roads according to this. Sir, Currently, this ministry, sir, and that is the question everybody has, $149 billion allocated in 2023. Currently, last week Friday, they've only expended 30%. And I know the minister wants to deflect. However, the half-year report is here, sir. They've only expended about $45 billion of the 100. And the people of Guyana would like to know, if you can't spend, if you can only spend $45 billion in 8 months, why are you coming for $33 billion, sir?
I'll give the Honorable Minister a chance to comment, but we're speaking to specific line items here. And while we're going to be also seeking the policy generally, I think we have to focus our questions on the specific line items. Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would want to assure the honorable member asking the question and all Guyanese that the Ministry of Public Works and its team of engineers and officers that are seeking to execute Guyana's modernization and transformation will do everything within its power to deliver like we did in 2020, 21, 22. We closed our PSIP in 2022 at 89%. The honorable member asking the question have never come close to that percentage while he served as minister.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just before I put my question, I want to say to the honorable member and this house that the coalition government through the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, we have surpassed the percentage that other than 2016, sir. So I just want to put that on record, right?
Put the question on record, please.
Good. So I'm moving to the question, Mr. Speaker, on this very line item, miscellaneous, of which 25 billion is now being sought. Can the honorable member state to this assembly what, from the initial voted provision in February, the 31.9 billion, what amount went to new projects for 2023? From
Honorable Minister.
31.9 billion.
The rollover projects accounted for 14 billion out of the total sum. So all the rest went to new projects. 17 billion.
Hey, thank you very much,
Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, did I hear the honorable member stated earlier that 17 billion went to new projects for 2023? If I can help the honorable member to recall.
Don't help him. You just ask the question, let them answer.
17
Honorable Member, I just give the floor to Minister. Yes, Minister? Did you hear correctly?
Just to make it clear to the honorable, 17 billion went to roll over projects because the honorable member would recall that late 2022, we came here for a supplementary where we went out and we explained of a number of new projects, and 17 billion out of that 31 went to complete those projects that were rolled over, and 14 billion went to new projects.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if we to go to the Hansard of the 31st of January 2023 on page 88998, the honorable member would have mentioned to this house that 14.2 X billion dollars were for rollover projects and $14.4 billion went to new projects. And earlier, the minister explained that the sum of 2,000 and something roads were done thus far. And the Hansard will show that the minister is quoted as saying 1,085 roads were done for 2023. But my question to the honorable member, Mr. Chair, with regards to the 25 billion now being sought, Mr. Speaker, can the honorable member provide to this House a disaggregation of the 25 billion now being sought? I don't know if he's willing to lay it over or he's going to
Say it over.
identify, but I prefer the information to be laid over. Thank you very much.
Would you lay it over, Honorable Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I've already given that.
Yeah.
I've already given that. 300 roads on the east coast of Demerara.
She wanted a disaggregation, village by village.
100 roads on the east bank, 300 roads in Region 6, $1 billion in Region 2, $500 million in Region 3, and $1.6 billion in Region 10.
Thank you, Minister.
I'm sorry, and 1 billion in Region 5.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the very line item, a follow-up to the honorable member.
Go ahead.
300 roads, whether in Georgetown in Region 4, Region 5, 1 billion in Region 2 is not helpful to me, sir. I need a list of the 300 roads to be done so that when we go out into the areas to our constituents, we would let them know that X road in Y village will be done. That kind of information I'm looking for, sir. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the honorable member for offering to assist me with my job and our job at the ministry, but we do that in every community. We will continue to announce to the people which roads, because when we go into communities, we engage in consultations about priorities and the rest of it, and that's what we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Minister, Honorable Minister, am I to understand from your statement that you just made that there is no provision for roads in Region 7 under this line item?
Honorable
The roads in Region 7, Region 9, Region 1, and Region 8 are dealt with under a different program that is called Hinterland Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 140-4100 miscellaneous roads, 410-4200. Okay, it's again the print. I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 140-4100 miscellaneous roads stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now move to chart of account 140-4200 urban roads and drainage. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Honorable member, I note that in February, the sum of 1.5 billion was approved and voted on in the House. Can you say to the Assembly what percentage of that amount has been expended as at 31st of July 2023? And my other question to you regards to the new provisions being sought, $1 billion for provision of additional resources to facilitate the construction and rehabilitation of urban roads. Would you be kind enough, sir, to one, provide us with a disaggregation of this sum, and would you be kind enough to hand over the information to us, the honorable members of this House?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as of the 31st of December, 59.3% of the sums appropriated by the Appropriation Bill of 2023 was already expended. But the honorable member and all honorable members would know that even though you have expended 59.3, contracts that are being executed means you have sums that are committed. So the monies that are being sought is to deal with additional things that and interventions that needed to be done in the urban centers. New Amsterdam has seen a significant amount of work, and I'm sure that all the people of New Amsterdam who cried that they were neglected are now quite happy because they are seeing people from their community executing the work in their community. Residents of Georgetown have seen the same thing. And much of the intervention is not only roads, but it's also drainage. And there is continual cry for interventions of drainage in the south of Georgetown. And we have been making those interventions, so we have to continue to make those interventions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
I just want for information, urban roads, what is the average cost per mile for urban roads?
Honorable Minister.
The average price per kilometer is about $60 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ramjatan would be afraid that depending on where you're doing the work and the sourcing material, the price would vary, but it's an average of 60 million.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 140-4200 urban roads and drainage, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 140-4000 bridges. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Could the Honorable Minister tell us what this provision he's seeking here, what additional works it will do? Because in the budget, you budgeted for this bridge. And you're coming 6 months after. We haven't seen anything. We see a sketch. We see nothing up there. But you come here and you're asking us to give you another, what? $2.1 billion. We give you 3.6 plus billion.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member would be pleased to know that the monies that are being sought here are for the 4-lane bridge that will link Mackenzie and Wismar. This is monies for the down payment, or I should say the mobilization advance towards that project estimated. Dr. Singh, when he did his 2023 budget speech, did mention the fact of bridging the Mackenzie-Wismar, the 4-lane bridge. Now we are at an advanced stage. There was no monies for that specific project. Now we're at an advanced stage where we are making final arrangements, and we are asking for this appropriation to facilitate the engagement of getting that project moving. This
Thank
is
you,
not
Minister.
this is not money for the Demerara Harbor Bridge.
Honorable Member, Ms.
Yes. Clarification, Mr. Chairman, yes. I didn't speak about the Demerara Harbor Bridge. I'm speaking about the Wismar Bridge, as mentioned here on page 44 of the minister's presentation, budget presentation, where he spoke to the construction of the Wismar Bridge, replacing the old bridge. And so an allocation here for bridges was voted in that budget of $3.630 billion. So I'm asking the minister now, specifically, this 2.1, what is it for? What did you use the 3.6 to do?
Mr. Chair, bridges, as indicated here, is part of a wider program. We have 32 bridges that are under construction from Kurupakari to Letem, and another 13 bridges that are under construction from Mabura Hill to Kurupakari. The monies at the budget time catered for those 45 bridges that were being done along the corridor. Plus other work in bridges that we do in communities and the rest of it, but this was the bigger project. At the time of the budget, we spoke about the Wismar Mackenzie Bridge, but there was no allocation that was made specifically for that project. The 4-lane bridge, which is what will be called the Wismar Mackenzie Bridge, would be 220 meters long. It will be 13 meters of vertical clearance from the river. It will have a pedestrian and cycle lane, and there will be 550 meters of approach roads and 2 roundabouts. And that's what we're envisaging to engage at Region 10 for the Wismar Mackenzie Bridge.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up. So the feasibility study for the bridge, Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister indicate whether the monies for the feasibility study and the drawings, etc., whether that came from the $3.6 billion or whether that is now included here? And I would also like to ask you, Minister, whether there will be any foreign funding for this bridge.
Minister?
The answer to your question is no monies from this are being sought for feasibility studies and the rest of it. This is for construction. This is a design build project that we are engaging in.
Thank you, Minister.
At this time, we envisage that this bridge would be built with local funds. And the advance is what we are seeking here.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
Honorable
you,
Member, Ms.
Mr.
Lord.
Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister then tell us what is the estimated cost of the bridge?
Minister.
The estimated cost is somewhere in the vicinity of about 35 million, just about 35, 36 million US dollars.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister, I was trying to get my document before standing to my feet. I recall that loan agreements came to this National Assembly, and one such loan agreement was specifically for the Wisma Bridge. Earlier, I heard the honorable member, when asked by my colleague, that this bridge will be fully funded by local component. So can the honorable minister explain to this house what the reason for, one, the loan coming to the National Assembly, and why it is not reflected in the legend here on the specific. And as I'm on my feet, sir, two other questions. One, is there a design currently, whether in draft or working on, and whether this design has been made public? And what is the duration for the construction of this new 4-lane, in the words of the minister, Wisma Bridge? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I was looking for the finance minister to deal with the issue of loan agreements and the rest of it, because I don't recall a specific loan agreement for the Wisma Mackenzie Bridge. What I recall is that there was discussion and engagement with the Saudi Fund for Investment for possible financing. And I think what we would have brought to this National Assembly is a loan agreement for the construction of the Linden-Soesdijk Highway, which I think is now a loan of $200 million, and the loan agreement for the East Bank upgrade, which is with the IDB, for $110 or $116 million, somewhere thereabout. But I don't, I will leave that to the finance minister to answer that question, because I have no recollection of a loan agreement specifically for the Wisma Bridge.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the honorable member. If I'm to turn the honorable member's attention to an article carried by Guyana Times, dated June 5th, 2023, and the headline reads, I'm quoting here, government to sign 150 million US with Saudi Arabia for the construction of Wisma Bridge. And I know the agreement was made in this house.
Yeah, Honorable Member, let us wait until the minister is able to consult with the Minister of Finance, and we will get, because you have him for a few more, right? Items.
Mr. Chair, I was just consulting with our Chief Planning Officer. For the purposes of the record, his name is Mr. Bernard Lord from the Ministry of Finance, to ensure that we get the answer. We're dealing here with the bridge, and I'm advised by both my PS as well as the chief planning officer. The bridge is being funded by local funds.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, I'm just serving you a reminder to my two other questions. One, the design and whether it was made public, and secondly, the duration for the construction of this bridge. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
This is a design build contract.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, honorable members.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the honorable members mentioned that this is a design build bridge. So can the honorable member inform the National Assembly who is designing and who will also be building, whether a consultant or a contractor were engaged for the preliminary works to be done? And also, Mr. Chair, since I'm on my feet, the honorable member is yet to answer my last question regarding the duration of its construction. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this project is envisaged as a design build contract. So at the time of the conclusion of arrangements or the engagement of the contractor, the design would be agreed upon. And for the benefit of the honorable member and all other members, the duration of this bridge, we anticipate that this bridge would be finished once we can get a contract executed before December 31st this year, that within 18 months, maximum 2 years, we should have this bridge.
Thank you, Minister. The honorable member, Mr. Figueroa.
So thank you, Chair. So, Minister, with regards to what you just posited, has the area for where the bridge will be placed has already been identified?
The location?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 1404000 bridges, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 1405200 Hinterland Roads, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will now redirect my question under this line item. Is there any provision under this line item for roads in Region 7?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The allocation of $1 billion for roads in Region 7 is what we are working with. Minister Indar, not too long ago, had a visit to the area. We have been engaging residents in consultation. We have a number of projects that are already designed. Priority, however, because of the need, is the 3-mile, 4-mile road that is in a bad state right now, and that is going to be addressed in a number of other interventions. So $1 billion worth of work for Region 7.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that good news for the people of 3 to 4 miles in particular. My next question, my follow-up question will be, was the length of the road that is to be done between the 3 to 4 miles, and what materials will be used? It's gonna be all weather road, a concrete road,
Honorable Minister.
We anticipate that we will do at minimum 1,000 meters of rigid pavement concrete.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, sir. Could the Honorable Minister say what is to become with the remaining of the road? Because while the residents, and I know that persons were out protesting and all that because of the dilapidated state of the road currently, while those persons will be thankful for that piece of road being done there that is proposed to be done with concrete, that is just 1 mile of road from 3 to 4 miles. We have significant damages to the road from 1 mile right through to 3 miles. And I can dare say that the secondary school at 3 Mile School will be reopening very soon, and those children have to traverse that road. So what is to become of that road? When should they be expecting any works being done there?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, politics as it is in Guyana is that the protest that the honorable member just referred to came weeks after it was known that we were making an intervention for rigid pavement, concrete road at 3 miles to 4 miles. So that's politics as it may. Yes, the issue that has been raised is for the benefit of all the people in regions 1, 7, and regions 8, our intent is in a phased manner to build out rigid pavement concrete roads. So while we may not have all of the monies immediately to do 5 kilometers of road in one area, at minimum 1 kilometer at a time, rigid pavement. And of course, you know, when you're building rigid pavement concrete roads, you have difficulties in terms of usage of the road while it is under construction, as against if you're building asphaltic concrete. So the assurance is that while we are committed to doing 1 kilometer right now where that section is, we will continue the rigid pavement concrete. In Bartica, we're looking to improve the drainage as well as the other interlocking roads. We're continuing to do work at Baidorabo. I think we have, I can tell you, yes, Akatash. Just recently, I did receive a text from some of the truckers thanking us for the interventions at 21 miles. So you will be pleased to know that. The Isano main access road, we want to get some work done. Kaburi village, the internal roads. We want to do some work at Carrow to Blue Mountain. Labacabra Creek Bridge and access to the Carrow village. There's going to be some interventions there. Internal roads at Foul Mouth. 5 Mile Housing Scheme Network, which you are basically talking about in a phased manner. And we still have other interventions that we have slated that as monies become available, we'll be able to continue to do in Region 7 directly.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you for that breakdown. But Mr. Chair, through you, sir, could Honorable Minister, and I ask that you understand why I'm asking this question, because like I said earlier, the road from first at the ending, at the beginning of 1 mile, right through to 3 Mile. I want to know if there's any provision right now for
works to begin and how soon it may begin so that persons will be able to use that road, particularly with the reopening of school?
Mr. Chairman, for the honorable member.
Go ahead, honorable.
Is that my understanding is that the 1 kilometer of rigid pavement concrete that is being undertaken at this time will cater for sectional repairs that will see the entire thoroughfare being addressed. But the bad part, which is the majority of the work, is in that 3 miles area. But there'll be sectional repairs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
And the second part is how soon could we expect to see that?
It's in the procurement stage. We're at the procurement stage.
So I'm hearing Mr. Indar saying in a week time.
We're at the procurement stage.
Honorable members, let's keep it to the speaker.
Yes, sir.
Is it in a week time, as the junior minister said?
We are in the procurement stage, sir, right?
Procurement stage.
I cannot anticipate
senior
when I'll get
minister
back
don't
on the
want to give
evaluation
a
report.
definitive time. Procurement stage.
We want to get it done as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Minister be kind enough to disaggregate the amount of monies that falls under this line item? And for the 3 regions, regions 1, 7, 4, 8, 9. If you can do that, Mr. Minister. And then you can also say whether if all the roads in these 3 regions will be concrete or what, and the length. If you can lay it over, if you can do it now.
Honorable Minister Leo, please.
That's
the question.
It's brief, so it wouldn't take much time. It's $1.4 billion for rehabilitation of roads in regions 1. In region number 7, $1 billion. Region number 8, $600 million. Regions 9, $1 billion. That's it.
Thank you very much.
And yes, we are, except in region 9, most of the roads that are being done are rigid pavement concrete roads.
Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable members, Richard, just honorable members, just click the button once, at least let me catch my eye, and then I will. The honorable member, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought Don asked part of that question before, Hastings, but I'd be grateful if the honorable minister can lay that over in the National Assembly for us.
Thank you very much. So, honorable member, I now put the question is that the sum stated for chart of account 1405200 Hinterland Roads, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I now move to chart of account 1501400 Sea and River Defense Works, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. 150-1400 Sea and River Defense Works. We had a voted provision of 3.5 billion in February of 2023. So my first question to the honorable member is whether this entire sum has been exhausted as at 31st of July 2023. If not, what is the balance on the total sum. I now recognize that you're seeking an additional, okay. So both, Mr. Chair, yeah, you can answer the question.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to sit. Honorable member, honorable minister, please.
70% of the sums that were appropriated have been expended, but the total sum has been committed because works are still ongoing in some areas.
Thank you, honorable minister. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Chair.
Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member for his response. I note that the new provision being sought is $600 million. In the legend here, you have provision of additional resources to address emerging threats along our sea defense. So can the honorable minister say whether this provision is for ongoing works as from the 3.5 billion, or whether these are new works to be undertaken?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, for the benefit of the honorable member, thanks for asking the question. We're talking here about new works. Construction of Riprap City Fence at Organstein, that's in the east bank of the Essequibo. Construction of Riprap City Fences between Essex and Concord, Mahika, East Coast, Demerara. Construction of steel sheet pile river defenses, structures at Grove in the east bank of Demerara. Construction of riprap defenses at Bengal, Quarantine. Construction of timber revetment structures along Tugborough, Kanji River. Construction of riprap city fences at Hope, East Coast, Demerara.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the honorable member. The areas you have just identified where the new works will be executed, can you provide to the House the length of each works?
Yes, at Organstein, it's 130 meters. At Essex Concord, 200 meters. Grove, 160 meters. Bengal, 200 meters. Tugborough, Kanji, 160 meters. Hope, East Coast, 225 meters.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Follow up to the honorable member. Can the honorable member say whether these works will actually address the erosion or the breaches in these areas?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
That's the only reason why we're doing it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, since the 600 million, entails new work, can the honorable member say to the House whether or what procurement method will be utilized to address the various projects? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Open tender, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Chart of Account 1501400C and River Defense Works. The sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we now move to Chart of Account 1601000 Stellings, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Ms. Ferguson, the honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for acknowledging me to the honorable member. I note for the voted provision, $240 million was utilized. So can the honorable member say whether the entire sum of 240 has been exhausted? If not, what percentage as at 31st of July 2023? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
All have been exhausted and committed, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, I note that the new provision being sought is some 32,700,000. And the explanation given here is for the provision of additional resources to facilitate emergency works at the Kamaka and Supernam Stelling. My first question to the honorable member, can he give a disaggregated of this 32 million for the two projects? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we should take some responsibility for this. The majority of this money is for works at Supernam Stelling.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, since the explanation provided in the legend that the sums will be utilized for emergency works, can you explain to the honorable House what entails emergency works? Thank you.
There are a number of things that are in problem at Supernam. I would hope that some of the MPs from that area would tell you. But if you want to get an idea of the scope of works that needs to be done, we have to do the reconstruction of 150 feet of timber deck along the main approach leading to the Stelling, rehabilitation of 13,160 square feet of timber Stelling between the Supernam ferry loading area and the high ramp at number 2. The work on 2 entails for the reconstruction of both low ramps, driving of dolphin mooring piles, fender piles, and the rehabilitation of the catwalk along the Ro-Ro mooring areas.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable minister. Since you would have provided the scope of works this particular project entails, I expected that you would have, provide to the honorable House the cost associated with each scope of work. So can the honorable minister do so, please? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't know exactly what the honorable member wants. She wants to know what's going to be the cost of this timber, what's going to be the cost of the steel. I've just given a full scope of works. Contractors have to bid upon a bill, and then an evaluation is done and an award is made.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, perhaps what you can do is to assist me to understand what is the engineer's estimate.
That's how we arrived the figure to come to the House, ma'am.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, since this is new works and it's emergency works, can the honorable member say whether you'll be going out for public tender, what procurement method will be used? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I think due to the urgency of what needs to be done there in the wide volume of usage, we will have to do restrictive tenders. We will seek the authorization of the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board to approve contractors who are skilled in this particular field to do a restrictive tender.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member. Since the key word in the legend here is emergency works, and I know the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act provides for that latitude, can you say to this House whether the works are currently ongoing, since it is emergency works, and you, based on your explanation, that restrictive tendering will be used? So are works ongoing currently?
Honorable Minister.
The answer to that is no, sir. We would like to get this work done as
No, I
soon
didn't
as
get
possible.
the clear answer.
Is no. No.
No?
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 1601000 Stellings, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And now we move to agency code 31-313, Ministry of Public Works Transport, chart of account 2700700, ferry vessels and stellings. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. The very line item, 2700 ferry vessel and stellings. We had a voted provision of some $2.1 billion. Can the Honorable Minister state whether this entire sum has been exhausted? If not, what percentage as at 31st of July 2023? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, the sums that we received at the time of the Appropriations Bill, the Appropriations Act, of 2023, have been expended. And just for the purpose of clarity and helping everyone's mind, we are undertaking major works at the Kingston Goods Wharf, as well as in Port Kaituma, to accommodate the new ocean-going vessel, the MV Militia, which will sail tomorrow afternoon for the first time. The sums that are sought here additionally is to do a new wharf and facilities at Marijuana and at Kumaka. And this will complete the 4 stellings for the operation of the ocean-going vessel and to service Region 1 in its expanding role, contributing towards Guyana's development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I note the new provision being sought here is $2.5 billion, and more than what was actually budgeted for as at in February of 2023. So based on the explanation given here in the legend, provision of additional resources to facilitate the advancement of works at Kingston Goods Wharf and the Kumaka, Marijuana, and Port Kaituma stellings. Can the honorable member provide to this House a disaggregation for the various stellings in this particular legend? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, so for the construction of the Port Kaituma stelling, it's $1.4 billion, just over $1.4 billion. The upgrade of the Kingston Goods Wharf, it's just about $1.1 billion. The work to be done at Marijuana, it's about $1.95 billion. And the work that is to be done at Kumaka Wharf is about $2.2 billion, which will take you up to about $6.6 billion, just playing with the whole numbers. Now, what is happening? This is going to be a rollover project. We anticipate that these sums that are allocated, it will cater for mobilization for the 2 new contracts, and it will take us to about 60% of the work between now and the 31st of December. And we will have to seek additional sums for the completion of the other 2 projects in 2024. But we anticipate significant movement. I'm sure the honorable member from Region 1 will tell you about the work that is being done right now at Port Kaituma and how advanced that work is as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. She is finished. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. The Minister of Finance in his budget presentation, page 4 to 5, told this nation that there was in play the construction of an ocean-going ferry to ply the Georgetown to Northwest route. And he indicated that the ferry was completed then in February, and it had departed India en route to Guyana. My question is, sir, that the minister has just said to this House that this allocation is for new projects. If you knew you had a new ferry coming to ply that route, which would use those 2 stellings, why wasn't it budgeted in the 2023 budget? Why are you coming here now asking for these additional monies and saying to us that it's a new project? You buy a pot, you got to have a stove.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honorable member. It was budgeted. When you go out to tender, the prices vary. And at the time of what was appropriated, we were able to manage the start of 2 of the stellings and to make the necessary appropriations. And we have come back because of the prices that these works have come in for the additional sums to get the other 2 going, but it was budgeted. All the stellings went out and were advertised publicly, calling for proposals and the rest of it.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, follow up to my colleague, the Honorable Lawrence's question. I note in the answer of January 31st, 2023, and this is what the Honorable Member had to say. Mr. Chair, the consultancy services that are at the procurement stage at this time would allow us to have a supervisory firm to oversee the construction of the Kingston Goods Wharf, which is being rehabilitated and reset to facilitate the MVMA leisure that is on her way, as well as the new stelling to be built at Port Kaituma, and there will be continued engagement for the stelling at Mabaruma as well as Morawana. But when you look at what is being sought, this $2.5 billion, it gives one the impression, the understanding that this is new projects. So perhaps the minister can clarify for us what he would have stated as at 31st of January regarding the supervisory consultancy services that were done. Are we to understand that from the initial $2.17 billion that monies from this sum was utilized towards the consultancy of these projects? If so, what were the sums in a disaggregated amount? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, because of the nature of these projects, we went out for supervisory consultancies in 2 lots. 1 lot, the consultants will supervise 2, which would have been Kingston and Port Kaituma. And the second lot, another consultancy would supervise Marijuana and Comaka. So the consultancy that you were talking about are in place. We have been able to get that awarded, and we're talking here now about civil works. So it's totally different from consultancy.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
All right, thank you very much. I think the minister did fail to answer my last question. I understand what you just said, Minister. But I asked for a disaggregation of the consultancy sums, which would have amounted to $2.1 billion, sir. Thank you.
The consultancy sums are not being paid from this line item. This is for civil works.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think the honorable member is probably misinterpreting me. The sum, the voted sum in February was $2.17 billion. Based on your explanation then in January, you stated that, well, look, the consultancy services will be acquired to overlook these projects. What I'm asking you, sir, from the 2.17 that was initially voted on in February, can you provide the House with a disaggregation? What went to Goods Wharf, what went to Port Kaituma,
I did that already.
Tomorrow?
Mr. Chairman, I did that already.
Thank you,
But I didn't hear that, sir.
1.4 billion to Port Kaituma, 1,056,452,458 for Kingston Goods Wharf.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are now repeating ourselves and not listening to each other. I will now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 2700700, ferry vessels and stellings, and the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Minister and your staff, thank you very much for taking us through that. And now for the Ministry of Education. I don't know if Minister Manichan will take the well or be from her seat. So, honorable members, I'll be proposing the question that the sum stated for agency code 40403, Ministry of Education, Nursery Education, chart of account 6222, field materials and supply, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. I know we've been here long and we have a long time more to go. So let us keep the questions short and the attention focused. Thank you, Minister and PS. Honorable members, the question for chart of account 6222, field material and supplies, is proposed. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, a sum of $94.4 billion was approved for education just 6 months ago. Of that, 3 billion, sorry, Mr. Chair, 30 billion, sorry. Mr. Chair, line item 6222, field materials and supplies, in 2022, 1 year ago, received 15.9 million. And in 2023, February, received $30 million.
Sir, 6 months after that, the Minister of Education is here asking for 37 million more. Could the minister explain what are the additional resources to be purchased on field materials and supplies for nursery schools?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. I think it's nationally known, and anyone who goes into communities and address in any way education facilities and educators would know that historically the country has not provided nearly enough that persons need for supplies and janitorials and so on. We're trying to do a little bit better here. And we're trying for the first time to be able to give, as teachers and schools have asked, school grants rather than materials. So this here, in all three categories, nursery, primary, and secondary, would allow us to give grants to the various schools in differing amounts that should see them doing better with being able to provide for their cleaning as well as materials and supplies.
Thank you,
And you
Minister.
have teachers amongst you, so they should be able to tell you how that works.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Minister, in February, when you came to the House for the $30 million, could you tell the House how many nursery schools you were catering for?
Minister.
All right, so just to remind you all that Central Ministry caters for schools only in Georgetown. The regional budgets cater for schools outside of Georgetown, respectively. Region 1 would cater for Region 1 schools. So what was allocated to the Central Ministry at the time would have been for the nursery schools in Georgetown, which I believe number 27.
27. And
Honorable Member, Ms.
this
Lawrence.
Thank you,
allocation.
Mr. Chair. For your continuing.
I was going to tell you that this allocation is coming to the Central Ministry, but it will not be only for schools in Georgetown. It's going to be for schools across the country. And I figure what we would be expected to do once the policy is finalized about amount would be to warrant to the various regional administrations.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
So, Minister, given your answer, you try to go ahead of me on the present request, you are saying now that we have changed the entire status quo with the Ministry of Local Government coming here and requesting funding for the schools in the various regions that now, between February and now that you change it, that the ministry itself is now asking for the monies for the local government to warrant it to local government who will warrant it to the regions? If that is what you're saying, could you please explain?
No, I'm
when
saying
was
that
this
the
change
Minister
made
of
and why?
Education represented to the Ministry of Finance that children across the country would be better served if they were to be given more, if their teachers were to be given more resources. That's a policy decision, a policy position that is unlikely to be taken by any other minister but the Minister of Education. Very similar to the cash grant arrangement. In this particular supplemental, the Ministry of Education for one term is receiving this and will formulate, assuming you approve it, of course, and will formulate policy as to how each school will receive. So what we have as a draft right now is that the total supplementary allocation is just over 800 million. The total student enrollment in the country is 150 96,127. These are figures that can change because these might be our latest figure, not necessarily the most accurate figure. The total student enrollment in the hinterland and riverine area would be 39,000, just over. Total student enrollment on the coast would be about 156,000. And what we're playing with, to be finalized very quickly, if this were to be approved in the assembly, would be to have a baseline cost for a student in the hinterland at about $6,000, and on the coastland at about $4,000, with the hinterland students receiving 1.5 more than the students on the coast because of various geographical difficulties. If this is approved, we will finalize that, determine based on numbers in every school what schools are to receive, and then make the allocation. I think while I don't want to speak for the Ministry of Finance, what would happen is in a regular year, in the next budget, you would see this next budgetary cycle, you would see this reflected under the Ministry of Local Government in the respective areas.
So a follow-up.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Chair.
Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up. I must say, I'm very, very taken back at what you've just said, Minister. Allocations were made to those schools outside of Georgetown that your ministry is responsible for. And so my question to you is that since in midair we're changing planes, how did you arrive at this figure? Was it passed to the regions and then the regional authority passed it to the Ministry of Local Government and then they send it to you? I mean, how did you arrive at this figure to come
here's
back
the thing.
to us?
Honorable Minister, let her finish and then I'll direct you to answer. Go ahead now, Minister.
Thank you. We could have said we're in the middle of the year. We have one term left. Honorable Lawrence will have real questions on this issue, why we didn't budget right, why it didn't come right in 2023. Let's just leave it for 2024. The problem with that position would be that children will go without for an entire term unnecessarily, because if we could have made the case, which we did, and the Ministry of Finance understood and accepted that case, why not do it now? There is no change of plane. This is, the concern must be whether we are receiving money and whether we, and I say we loosely, I mean the state, the government system, and whether we are spending it appropriately. And I believe once that accounting can happen, you should be comfortable, especially when it relates to making children more comfortable in their classrooms. If you want to know why it is we went centrally, because anyone here who goes out could tell you that they will receive it. You must have received it too. The complaint that Christianburg doesn't have enough to clean the school, they don't have enough cardboards to make aids, they have to ask parents to bring things. Belladrum Primary has to do the same thing, but nobody centrally brings back that complaint. I brought it back and went to the Ministry of Finance. This complaint repeated itself for all the 5 years that APNU was in office. Every single visit to every single school. Your HM at the back there could tell you that her school doesn't have enough, although Georgetown has done better than everywhere else across the country. What we're trying to do now is to give a fixed amount. Whether it's enough or not would be up for question. What I could tell you, it's going to be significantly more than any school ever got, both qualitatively and quantitatively. Now schools get to choose. We have bales of toilet paper already. We don't want that. But we want Fabuloso, or we want chalk, or we want staple machines, and they get to decide how their grant is expended, of course, keeping within the lines of supplies, janitorial, and field and office, or whatever else it is.
Thank you, Minister.
This is a good thing, a very good thing. Teachers across the country are going to be clapping. This is an incredibly good thing for schools across this country.
Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last time I've checked, I recognize that Georgetown has 29 nursery schools, if my memory serves me correct. And information provided and or received would have indicated that our allocated sum grant remain the same. It has not changed. And the system remains the same too, where you do your quotation, it's submitted to ministry, and of course, monies are awarded for you to make purchasing. But what is of concern, Mr. Chair, is that I listened to the minister who said this money now requested will be catering for the entire country. And if my memory serves me correct also, in February of this year, when we were considering the estimates, it was asked about specific region, and we were informed that Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development is responsible for. And I'm now wondering what may have caused this drastic change. In addition to that, Chair, when we returned to face-to-face teaching, September of 2020, we had the consolidated curriculum. And as we move forward to 2021, we get back to regular classroom practice. But my colleagues in the other regions have not received not 1 cent for purchasing of grants, whether office, field, etc. Am I to understand, based on what the minister just put to us, that this sum will change that practice in all the other regions as it relates to grants, providing materials for the uses in the classrooms?
Honorable Minister.
I'm trying to, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I kind of said it before. I'm trying to reword
well,
it so the honorable member would understand it better, but yes.
After
To both questions.
After you'd answered, I was going to remind members about the standing order regarding repetition, which I'll start enforcing. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahibod.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in the budget that we approved, Region 1 was allocated $25 million for field materials and supplies on the 6222. Region 2 was allocated $31,500,000, and all of these are increased sums from their 2022 and 2021 allocation. Region 3 received $15,525,000. Region 4 received $12,500,000, and I'll stop at Region 5, received $20 million. Could the Honorable Minister say to this House if she is aware as to whether these regions would have expended this full sum?
So the way it was being done before, as the honorable member said, the schools were given supplies. And so schools would not have received a sum of money. They would have received a bale of toilet paper, 2 cardboards, 3 markers, a box of chalk, a bottle of bleach, and so on. And their allocation for the year was, well, for the terms have already been expended. What they received, their communication to us is that what they received was not enough for the period they received it for. And so if you say this, and I believe you, this was an increase over and above 2022, imagine how schools punished in 2019 when they received far less. So, or 2010, because the budgets have changed over the years. Here is a government, and I hope a parliament, addressing a long-standing issue that is interfering with the comfortable learning and teaching in classrooms. We should be celebrating this, because I could guarantee you that the schools are going to be celebrating this. The only objection I'm hearing from you is why here and not in the regions. I'm saying to you, this is a specific policy change that will have to be dictated centrally. This is how much we will give per child. This is the manner in which we're asking regions to give it. The fact that the Ministry of Education has received centrally money that is used in the region is not new. We did that for furniture. We did that because at the time that we might have come, all regions may not have been aware of what their furniture needs are. This is part of the disadvantage of decentralization. We've done it for school feeding. We've done it for exercise books and book supplies. We've done it for recently the cash grant. This is not something so bizarre that it cannot be accommodated here.
Honorable Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Allow me, sir, to say that the APNU AFC do believe that schools should be cleaned at least every day, given the diseases and all of these different kinds of things that are around, COVID-19, etc. So every day they should clean the schools. Our problem here has to do with the procedure of budgeting. I heard the Honorable Minister say, sir, that in her interaction with various schools, they indicated that they are not receiving enough. Point taken. The monies that were budgeted for in this budget was budgeted and allocated to the regional administration education delivery program that is manned by regional education officers. So if schools are complaining, sir, about not receiving enough, then I would assume that we would hear from the minister that it's either a short supply in terms of the money or the education department is failing us. I am asking the Honorable Minister now, because this sum that is granted to her had to go to Cabinet for approval, had to go to the Ministry of Finance for approval, had to be rigorously defended, as the Honorable Ashley Singh pointed out earlier, that when regions and ministries come to the Ministry of Finance, it's well interrogated. That is the word that was used. So in that interrogation, the easiest question to ask, has the regional education delivery program exhausted the amount that was given to them by the National Assembly in the passage of the budget? So the simple question to the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, just hold, let him finish and I'll put.
Thank you, sir. So the simple question to the Honorable Minister, has the regional education delivery program 713, 724, 734, 744, 754, and so on, have those programs exhausted the allocated sum that has caused her to request additional sums for this line item for across the country under her ministry?
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
So I'll give an example that would perhaps help the honorable member, because I have to assume that he has a genuine question. The Diamond Nursery School received $52,000 per term. A term has 3 months. You tell me if you think they exhausted it. I cannot and will not sit here and speak for 1,016 schools, because I cannot. What I can tell you is that $52,000 per term simply cannot do. You're talking about $15,000 a month. We're coming here and we're asking you to give Diamond Nursery more than $600,000 per term, and you're objecting. You're finding all kinds of objections here. This is quite embarrassing. And you stand up and say, "Oh, we love children," and so you're asking all kinds of questions that could interfere with these children getting the benefit of this money. So are you giving the 200, the 600,000 or not? That is the question on the table. I am here asking for this allocation to be approved so that children in this country can learn comfortably. I'm asking, instead of giving region a grade A school $90,000 per term, I'm asking to give them $890,000 per term. That's what we're asking for. It will go to the school. The important issue is, if you approve this money, who gets it? It is the people's money, which is why I have a difficulty with you holding on to it. If you give this money here today, if you vote for this allocation, if you appropriate this money to the schools, the question becomes, will the school get it? That's how you measure accountability. And if your answer is yes, then what can the problem be?
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with all of that explanation, we want the schools to have more money for under 6222 field materials and supplies. We now understand that this money is not going to be $37 million, not going to be for field materials and supplies, but a subvention for our schools. Could the minister tell us how many schools will benefit from this $37 million, and how much would each school receive?
Honorable Minister.
It's 37 and so without accepting what the honorable member said is true, in fact, it's not, but I'm not, the Honorable Annette said I'm being insultive, so I don't want to get into the inaccuracy of the member. Whatever is allocated here for nursery is for all the nursery schools under that line in the country. And we have about 453 nursery schools in the country, give or take one or two.
Could you tell us,
Honorable, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Minister, can you tell us how much would be allocated to each school?
So I said to you that we have a general plan that while there's a line item called field supplies and there's one called janitorial, what we have looked at preliminarily on the assumption that we will get this is more a lump sum. If we have 800 million and we divide it by the student population, we give a little bit more to the hinterland because of the expensive nature of items in their communities, then we are looking approximately at about $4,000 per child on the coast per term and about $6,000 per child in the hinterland per term. Then you multiply that. You see, it's difficult, honorable member, for me to tell you how much a nursery school will get. There'll be a nursery school with 10 kids and there'll be one with 250 kids. So you have to do it based on the number of children and teachers and so on.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the Honorable Minister in her response before this one spoke about the school receiving the money and the school ought to receive, and that they were receiving a smaller amount before, and now that the ministry is taking over this particular line item for the particular purpose of nursery schools across the country, does the Honorable Minister believe that her 10 regional education officers and through the regional administration, does she believe that there is need for a review in the manner in which they have allocated sums or requested sums and how they're administering education in these 10 regions with the sums that are allocated by this National Assembly that would have caused her to now take the whole program under her watch?
Honorable Minister.
Again, this is for a specific purpose of formulating policy for the upcoming term. Nobody is taking any program under anybody else's watch. in your time in government as in this time in government. But I do know that you didn't serve in the cabinet, so you probably don't understand that. People request all the time an ideal utopic sum, and they never get that, and they make it work. The people who served in your cabinet on your side, in your benches, will be able to tell you that. So it is highly unfair to the Redos of this country, ordinary public servants doing extraordinary work, to come here and say they didn't plan properly, they didn't budget properly, or they didn't do wisely with their sum. They're also, Redos are also subject to the regional administration's policies. Some regions say we're giving a grant and some say no, we'll give it in supplies. What we're trying to do is to determine what is best for the system, for school, and as a policy decision from the Ministry of Education centrally to say to all regional chairmen, all REOs, all Redos, this is how we will do it going forward. And this is how you'll make that calculation per school. And that is why, based on what we get here today, we will then disaggregate into the various regions and warrant that. This has been done several times before. When you bought exercise books under the APNU centrally and sent it to regions, that's what you did. When you bought, you didn't buy much. You see, that's the problem. You don't understand this thing because you didn't give any services. So this is nothing new here. This will then, once this policy is formulated and entrenched, you will then see this reflected under the 2024 allocations in the regions.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
So I have two questions for the minister. Since this allocation is based on the individual pupil receiving a certain amount, I guess there would have been some study as to what would be the requirement of a nursery school child in terms of the materials that they should receive. And so if the minister could kindly tell this House how many students were used to arrive at this figure. I understand you said that in the hinterland, you will raise the number in terms of the allocation.
So it's not a
So
number
let me
of
ask the
students.
second one too.
Okay.
I think just now you said something I didn't really understand what you're saying. But my question would be, Mr. Chair, is this a pilot? Is this a pilot project? And what we will see coming out of it? What are the expectations? And so, thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So this is not a project. This is us trying to deliver a better service through the schools. In the same way that we are now trying to give every grade 6 child breakfast, in the same way that we are now giving every nursery to grade 2 child juice and biscuit, is the same way, in the same way that we're now trying to give every child a hot meal in the hinterland. We're just ramping up the service that we have. It's not a project, it's not a pilot. This is to be expected in the new way going forward. Now, how do we know what we need? It wasn't a study, but well, it was a study of all the students in the system, which would amount to more than 100, well, close to 200,000 children, but also hearing from our over 10,000 teachers and our over 1,000 school heads and administrators, and the experience of those teachers in the classroom and the cleaners who are working there about what works and what doesn't work. So I am really glad that we're here, because clearly your side didn't do it. I mean, you clearly don't even know that you weren't giving enough. You didn't even know you weren't giving enough.
Honorable members,
we were
please,
advocating
we have a
for more
long
and
way to
weren't
go.
getting it. You
Honorable
weren't even
Minister.
knowing that you weren't giving enough. You went out there was a study to determine that $2,000 a term can't do a school. You need a study for that?
Honorable members, we have exhausted the questions
I
on
hope
this
teachers
issue,
hearing y'all.
and we've been repeating each other.
Hope the teachers
I now
are
put a
hearing.
question that
You
the
need
sum
a study
stated
to know.
for I now put a question that some stated for chart of account 6222, field materials and supplies, that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to chart of account 6233, office materials and supply. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Sir, I'm really hoping that we don't go down the same line, that this is now part of the subvention too, or the grants. So, Mr. Chairman, line item 6223, office materials and supplies. In 2022, the allocation was $5,922,000. And in 2023, with 1 year after, the sum was 6.4 million approved. Sir, that's 1 year, an increase of 478,000. Here we are 6 months later. The minister is asking for an additional sum of $68 million, $361,205. Some scientific calculation had to go on for us to get the $205, sir. An exponential increase. Could the honorable minister explain what are the additional office materials and supplies to be purchased for our nursery schools? And could the honorable minister list the schools that will benefit from these items?
Honorable Minister.
So the honorable member, the answer is the same. That this amount does not apply to the Georgetown schools. This amount goes to the schools across the country, and every single school will benefit.
Honorable members, you have a supplementary question, honorable member, Ms. Singh?
Sir, I feel this information presented to us in writing and what the explanation the minister is giving us is misleading.
Okay, you can't accuse him. Withdraw that, please. The
Sir,
minister
I
will-
feel like I'm being misled.
You have to withdraw the misleading, please. Withdraw the misleading. You can't accuse the minister of misleading the House.
Well, I don't know what it is.
Please, are you going to withdraw it?
Sir, may I explain why I feel the way I do?
Honorable member, I would not listen to the honorable member, Ms. Singh, and I'll strike out misleading from the record. Honorable member, Ms. Lawrence.
But I'd be happy to say, sir, that this line buys chalk, Play-Doh, cardboard, markers, crayons, foam board, things to develop fine motor skills, things to make children learn in a fun way. The curriculum, well, now that's a different issue. The AP and UAFC is asking who says the schools, the teachers will buy those things. That is a different question. You must tell the schools you don't hold the view they should get these grants because you don't think they will spend it on the children. That is what the honorable member said. Mr. Speaker, through you, the honorable member said, who says they will buy these things? So that's a different question. The PPPC believes and will put systems in place, as we do in Georgetown right now, to make sure that the grants given will be applied to the benefit of the children. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is a typical example of thief man don't like see another man with a bag.
Okay, Minister, just
Mr. Speaker,
just withdraw
so
that from
the
me.
honorable member perhaps cannot trust herself and applies that sort of thought to the good and decent teachers of this country. The People's Progressive Party civic government believes that teachers in this country are responsible human beings who will spend this money on their children In any event, like any other public expenditure, there will be measures in place to determine that the money is applied as we say it was intended. We can't begin by saying, well, we don't know if they'll spend it like that, so don't give them. That's not a
Thank
way
you,
to
Minister.
serve, sir.
Honorable Ms. Lawrence.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, you give me the floor. I thought you would have given me some protection. I don't know. I must ask the honorable member if she's okay. I didn't ask a question. However, Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of Education, could the minister kindly say whether this $68 million that she's asking for here has anything to do with the increase of prices for the materials?
Thank you, Honorable Member, Minister.
No, sir. No, honorable member. This money is to give things that were never given before and or not given in adequate supply before.
Thank you, Minister.
A follow-up, Mr.
Honorable
Chair?
Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, given that allocations were made for all of the schools in the Ministry of Local Government's budget, could the minister indicate whether this allocation that she is providing now from the central ministry to the various schools in the outlying district, whether the allocation would be more than what they would have gotten for a term, or whether it would be the same amount that would have been allocated in the February budget for 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Again, I give the example of the Diamond Nursery School. Not unlike other nursery schools across the country. The Diamond Nursery School received this year the best that they've ever received, $52,000 per term, divided by 3 per month. You get how much that is. They're going to get, Diamond Nursery is going to get over $600,000 per term. So we're increasing from say $50,000 to about $200,000 per month, per term, right? So you're going to get 4 times more what was given for the whole term for a month. Again, whether it is enough is relative. Can we do more? Do they want more? I expect that 10 years from now, this won't be enough. But it's not enough now. So the question you asked is whether the school would be getting more monetary value, monetary cash now than they received in value, and the answer is yes.
Sir, thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I believe when I say we on this side of the house are not in opposition to what is being requested. I believe what we seek to find is the rationale and the reason behind the requests being asked by the ministry, given the fact that we had a national budget and we expected that the budget would have catered for these mishaps. But nevertheless, as a teacher in the profession and who would have experienced many shortages of the very things that this
You ever teach
asking
money?
for
You
will
never stole
request.
any child.
Minister, allow him, please.
I didn't really.
In my class, you would have been disciplined.
Best teacher in there.
But Miss Honorable Minister, I understand the plight of teachers who go way beyond the call of duty to ensure that those students are satisfied in the classroom. And because of many lack that do exist, I think this what is being requested can assist. But it is the clarity that we on this side of the house seek. It's not that we are in opposition to it. So I trust that the Guyanese public can understand that the coalition,
And the question is, honorable member, because what you're going down, I've heard from 3 other presenters from
you're
your
not allowing
side.
me to finish.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Minister, my question is, this request that is being asked, was it informed by your engagement with teachers and the respective schools across the country, that and even the REOs and the REDOs, to make you come to the Parliament asking for an additional sum to help alleviate, sorry, finish. To help alleviate the plight that teachers in the respective schools face? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So, as I said before, I am aware of this issue, patently aware of this issue, through numerous engagements with teachers, parents, students, visits to schools, and the Guyana Teachers Union. I believe this might be one of their written requests for us to relieve the burden of teachers who usually, as you know, would have gone into your own pocket to get some of these supplies by making the supplies available. So this is, I rather suspect that anyone who dealt with teachers, you don't have a former education minister in the House, but anyone who dealt with the system prior to today would be very clear that the supplies were not enough and that this can only inure to the benefit of the schools, the system, and particularly your children in the classrooms.
The police officer.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Honorable Minister, I'm happy that your engagement with teachers and other stakeholders in the education profession would have provided you an opportunity to make representation on behalf of schools. And given the fact that you would have engaged much teachers, I believe you are very much aware of the additional plight that teachers face with regards to the need for increases in salaries. And would this in itself allow the ministry to be more engaging with the Guyana Teachers Union to ensure that teachers are properly enumerated? Thank you.
So we're dealing here with supplies and janitorial and office.
Particularly, we're dealing with the office material and supplies for nursery schools.
So this is not about salaries for teachers, that's a different discussion, but I could tell you this, that the fact that you won't have to buy chalk yourself will leave you with more disposable income in your pocket as a teacher. And for that, you are very welcome.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I know, before I take the honorable member, Ms. Nima Flo-Bess, over the past 2 chart of accounts that we've done, I've heard the minister repeat literally the same answer over and over. And I've also heard the opposition say they agree with the increases, right? I think we are now at the point where I am almost forced to put the question, but let me take my good friend and neighbor, Ms. Nima Flo-Bess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just
I would
behind
like
your
to ask the Honorable Minister, how will these monies be disbursed, monthly or termly to the schools?
This is the first new question. Honorable Minister?
Well, Georgetown, that currently gives a cash grant, does this termly, so, and that seems to work. However, I think we can be open in hearing what may suit particular schools given their particular locations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Bess.
Just a follow-up. If you do termly, will it be at the beginning of the term or in the middle of the term? The reason for me asking, I know that when you have these supplies or grants, sometimes they're very late. You get them to the latter part of the term when we already spent our monies to run the program. So I would like to have an idea, how early can the schools expect these money? And before I sit, because I want to do follow-up, would this include anything in terms of technology? If it's computers or anything to assist?
No. So,
Honorable Minister.
So the I think you would be the first being in the system to accept and shout from the rooftop that this is the most efficient the education system has been. And I think you would be very happy to tell your colleagues that. We would try very hard to make sure this comes at the beginning of the term. And those are some of the kinks we can take out of the system when we're not buying materials and supplies. We can give warrant money over to schools in a more efficient way.
Thank you,
And it
Minister.
does not
Honorable members,
include-
I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 6223, office materials and supplies, that the sum stated herein forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 6243, janitorial and cleaning supplies. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. And I now put a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Chart of account 1215300, nursery schools. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. And I now, Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flor-Bless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just last sight of it. Comma Chair, just a reminder, please see if we improve the size of the font because I'm having problem reading this.
We at 40403, the same agency, chart of account, the last one on the nursery education, 1215300 nursery schools, and the sum there is 180,700,000.
Thank you. See provision of additional resources to facilitate urgent rehabilitation and upgrading of nursery school facilities. Does this include any schools from the East Bank corridor?
Honorable Minister. Now we are at nursery schools. We finished janitorial supplies. We are 1215300. It didn't say maintenance of my in chart of account. It just said nursery schools. It's a capital expenditure.
Yeah, yes. So the cabinet took a decision that every place that needs teachers' quarters and repair to teachers' quarters, dorms and repairs to dorms and repairs to schools will over a period of time be attended to. This entire sum, I know it's disaggregated into nursery, secondary, primary, but the answer relates to all three lines, is to cater for the rehabilitation, maintenance, repair of teachers' quarters, dorms, and schools.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member on this very line item. I know that you're requesting $180+ million. This is for nursery. You're saying here, provision of additional resources to facilitate urgent rehabilitation and upgrade of nursery school facilities. To the honorable member, I know that the nursery school, St. Gabriel's Nursery, recently constructed 2-story. But can I get from you whether from this sum here there's provision for AC units because the current construction of that building seems to me as a layman like a pen, some, to put little animals in, and not realizing that there's no ventilation in on that building. So I don't know how those little God angel children will make out come September in a few weeks. So can you advise whether in this sum there's provisions for AC units and when these units will be installed, and what portion of this sum will go towards the procurement of the AC units for the St. Gabriel's Nursery School at Albert and Crump Street, Queenstown? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
It is not the policy of the Ministry of Education right now to provide ACs to entire school populations for a number of reasons. One, there are a large number of children who cannot exist, learn, and be. Echem at the back of you is shaking her head, in an AC'd environment because of health reasons. We have noted the public commentary on the on the design of the St. Gabriel's Nursery, and while I myself am very grateful for the public servants who designed that school and went after building it, considering the dilapidated and broken down state we found it in, we are happy to look at whether indeed there is poor ventilation. And once we find that, we'll have to find solutions for it. But to answer you directly, there is no provision here for AC units in the St. Gabriel's Nursery.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Maureen Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 180, of course, provision of additional resources to facilitate urgent rehabilitation. Chairman, of recent, we've been experiencing severe rainfall. And we recognize that quite a number of the nursery schools have been affected by flooding as a result of these rainfall. And you recognize that school also had to be averted on more than one occasion. I speak specifically here, Chair, if I may ask the Honorable Minister if any provision is in this sum to take care of lifting the walkway at Head Start Nursery School, and also if any provision is there in this sum to build the shed that is needed at Winford Garden Nursery School. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Well, I don't want us to get caught up. This sum is a national sum. So I don't want us to get caught up in believing that Georgetown is Guyana. It's not. We love Georgetown, but it's not. I'd be happy to tell you that every single nursery school in Georgetown got repairs, first time, got repairs that they asked for, and upliftment where repairs weren't necessary. By that, I mean painting and so on. This does not cater for the raising of the walkway, this sum, but we are repairing the Parishara Nursery School in Central Rupununi up to a sum of, I think, $14 million. We are rehabilitating the Kaikumbe Nursery School in Central Rupununi, that's Region 9. We have repaired roof, wall, stairs, ceiling, painting, plumbing, and electrical to 31 nursery schools in Georgetown, which would be all. We have, so those are some of the schools. And once we get this, we're then able to look at what we can do based on how we would be able to do it and not interfere with the education of children going on. So that's one of the little tricky issues once this is appropriated to us about how we get to do these repairs as school is going on. some things we can do. You can do a fence, for example, while school is in session on the weekends. You can repair a roof, you can fix a tank, and so on. So those are the things we are now filtering through. We couldn't do it without the money, so we have to wait on the money.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Referring to the said line item, we see rehabilitation and upgrade of nursery school facilities. Does your upgrade plan involve fire safety prevention measures, whether it be putting emergency doors or fire extinguishers or anything to these buildings?
So we're talking currently about nursery schools, and a standard building practice, which, if we're all to be honest, the country, whether under the PNC or the PPP, might not have been as vigilant in doing. And so now all our new buildings and repairs, like I said, over a period, will look to, with the fire service and the very cooperative and proactive Minister Ben, look to make sure these schools are assessed and equipped accordingly.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Beth.
I don't think I got the answer. Is it there was no provision made here for that fire safety?
No, I didn't say that. I said that's some of what we're doing. You specifically asked for doors and so on, and I'm not sure that any nursery school needs a door. So that's what I'm saying. We're working with the Guyana Fire Service. They are assessing schools and then saying to us, this is what you need, and that's how we're going in to attend to those schools for fire. We have done it in we've done it at all the dorms currently. I know we're on nursery, we're coming to secondary just now, and we have already made some significant changes at every single dorm.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, based on what you've said thus far, the monies that are being requested are going directly to the schools, but this is a capital project, right? Not on this line item, the line items before. So for this particular line item, I understand it's a capital project. What I'm wondering is whether the Ministry of Education will be doing all of the capital projects throughout the country, or whether or not the monies will be warranted to the regions for them to facilitate the capital projects.
Honorable Minister.
So it's not capital. This is not capital. This is not under the capital feature. This is
capital.
Mr. Chair, isn't rehabilitation and upgrading of facilities not capital works?
Just give the Honorable Minister and her staff to peruse
Sure, no problem.
back the line items.
So, right. Mr. Speaker, I would defer to the Minister of Finance. We have been given different lines where capital is, for example, the raising of a walkway, the construction of a school, and these repairs and maintenance and refurbishing and so on. And they have parameters that you cross to get into one, or that you stay out of to stay in one. And I want to be very careful, because I am on record and I understand what that means, not to misrepresent that. My understanding, both from the Minister of Finance and Mr. Bernard Lord, who has perhaps the best experience in this area, is that this is not capital.
Honorable Minister, the provision is reflected in the estimates as a capital expenditure. So,
it is capital then. The question was whether, I'd be happy to answer you. Sorry, I just didn't want to mislead you. If it is reflected as capital, and I have the same problem you have, I can't read this. The question was whether we are doing it centrally or it's being done in the regions. So what we have done so far, for example, the central ministry procured, in accordance with the Procurement Act, the design of the repairs needed at the Santa Rosa dorms. I believe the procurement also began for the persons who would go in and fix whatever the designers say. And that could be done either through the region or centrally. So the answer is there is no particular policy right now that says it will be done either by central ministry or by the region. For example, the plan is to warrant to Region 9 $200 million for their works that they have done because they procured in the region. Some regions just seem slower than some, and so we've gone ahead centrally to do the advertisements and get that process started, anticipating that this house would be happy to give us this money. Region 3, we've warranted the money to repair the Zeeburg Secondary. Region 6, we've warranted money to repair J.C. Chandy Singh's Skeldon. That's what we will do. We'll warrant the money to them when we get it. But if there's a region that is particularly slow, I don't think I'd want to wait, given that we're close to the end of the year, and we would do it centrally. I just want to be clear that all of this would be procured in accordance with the Procurement Act.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 1215300 Nursery School, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we have education primary and education secondary, basically the same line items and Minister has said. Almost similarly are the explanations. So let me put, first of all, Agency Code 40-404, Ministry of Education, Primary Education, Chart of Account 6222, Field Materials and Supply, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honorable members, I will now put the question that line items 6223, Office Materials and Supplies, 6243, Janitorial and Cleaning Supplies, 6292, Dietary Supplies, for Chart of Account 40-404, Ministry of Education, Primary Education, that those sums stand part of the estimates. I now propose the question, I now put the question that the sum stated for those three line items stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. We are now at Agency Code 40-404, Chart of Account 1215400, Primary Schools. And I propose the question that the sum stated for primary schools under this chart of account, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. And I now put a question that the sum stated for
Mr. Chair.
item 1215400, capital expenditure stands. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Capital Works, and I want to go back to, let me just ensure that this is straight. I want to go back to the question asked by Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson. And that is to ask the Minister whether there is a building code for schools in general. I'm not talking about the security measures in terms of fire and all that. I'm talking general in terms of physical building. Is there a building code?
Honorable Minister.
So we're trying to get to that place. We've always had, over the years, non-academic standards, and those have been renewed and revised. Whether they're as current as they should be with Guyana's realities today, the heat, the climate change and all that is something I would like us to have a relook at. We recently had minimum standards defined for dormitory facilities, and that would be standardized across. So if we were to build a dorm facility now, it would be in accordance with these minimum standards that we had designed. You know, in about 2009, 2010, we also did minimum standards when I was at Human Services for orphanages and care homes, so that everybody would know now X number of bed sheets or beds to a student. We're trying to define some of those parameters now as we move out. Move along in our progress trajectory. The problem that we have is that some of the schools and so on that were built simply can't accommodate some of these minimum standards that are now there. So you'd have to do extensions, just simply space considerations and ventilation considerations and so on. So, yes.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, in the interim, because I know you get engineers who will go out and check the works and et cetera, but I would like to know whether these engineers that look at drawings, et cetera, they're responsible for that, whether there is any discussions with them in terms of the number of students that will be in a building, what is expected. These are not adults, these are children, they run, they come back in hot, and so on. And the reason I'm asking is because I should have sent you a notice about St. Agnes Primary School. I was at the traffic light by the court, and I saw that they are rehabilitating that school. And the wind is coming from the northern side, and they have two small windows like this on both sides of the door. And the fact that we see this very often tells us that consideration is not being given in terms of ventilation, enough ventilation for the children. And this is across, even at the school right next to me, you go to certain parts of the building and you want to know how the children exist there during the day. So I'm just asking whether the engineers, you do have any talk with them or any person who can give them guidance.
Honorable Minister.
Right, so I think you're asking for a standardized sort of document that speaks to proportion of children in square footage and number of windows for ventilation and so on. And I think it's a good opportunity for the country to relook, which is what I was saying, given the new weather patterns and so on, to relook at whether we are current with what we're offering, shifting wind directions and so. And like I said earlier, one of the challenges has been to continue to utilize schools that existed when these realities were not present, and to reform those schools accordingly, rehabilitate, repair accordingly. And so it's a useful contribution, and I think it has a lot of value. And like I said, we are looking at what our new academic norms and standards, non-academic norms and standards should be. We have that, I think, fairly well defined for 2023 going forward for dorms, dormitory facilities, and we are currently using that as our guide in any design.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask the minister or maybe her staff if she is aware, follow up to her last question, that the then Ministry of Public Infrastructure, in collaboration with the Guyana GA, can't remember, Energy Association, produced and distributed to all the ministry quite comprehensive, it's quite distinct design model, design criteria for ventilation, wind direction, all the other things, eave construction, maintenance of life, maintenance of sir, so can I ask if she's aware of that, and if they're in receipt of that, and if they're and if that design done independently with consultants is being used, sir, comprehensive, including energy saving technologies and those things like that.
Honorable Minister.
No, I'm not aware of it. And the persons who have prevailed from your administration to mine are not aware of it either, the professionals in the ministry. And so no, the answer is no. I'm not. We will go and ask for it. Like I said, I myself would like to see if that is still current, because St. Agnes existed when you did that, whenever you did it. Because I could tell you in 2014, we almost fully rehabilitated, not 2013, St. Agnes, and it was fine then. It was one of the better schools in Georgetown when we did that. And if it's no longer appropriate, then depending on when your document was done, I'm not sure if it was used. We don't know about it at the Ministry of Education. We'll ask for it and probably use it as a base.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, let me put Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, we're dealing with the same line item there. And I would like to ask the minister whether or not this facilitates the rehabilitation of the dwelling space, of the headmaster mistress the head teacher at Kokwani Primary School, because a person that was been appointed in May has not been able to take up their appointment because of the current condition of their living quarters there in Kokwani. So I'm just wondering whether that will be facilitated under this line item.
Right. So currently what I know we want to do in Linden is the Linden Foundation in Region 10. What we have from the REO of 10 is a general cost for a duplex and a quadruplex and the BOQs for those to that would accommodate teachers, like head teachers and so in the riverine areas. And once we can, money will be applied. Once we can build without disrupting a school, money will be applied to that once it's appropriated here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency code 1215400 primary school stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we will turn to agency code 40-405, Ministry of Education, Secondary Education, and I'll put the item 6222, 6223, and 6243. I propose a question that the sums proposed for these line items stand part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for chart of account 6222, 6223, 6243 on the agency code 40-405, that the sum stated for these line items stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, same agency code, chart of account 121-55000. And I propose the question that the sum stated for capital expenditure on the secondary school stand part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh-Lewis.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, I'd like to take you back to when we were examining the nursery allocations. You had asked me to withdraw the word misleading, and you didn't give me the opportunity to do so. I want to do so now. I want to withdraw the word misleading, and I'm guided.
Thank you, honorable member. You have a question on this line item?
I'll allow my colleague to go first.
Apparently, they want you to go first.
Thank you, sir. Sir, under the 121-5500, provision for additional resources to facilitate urgent rehabilitation and upgrading of secondary school facilities. Sir, first, a two-pronged approach to this question. Firstly, is this across the country? Is this sum for across the country?
Yes, it is.
Thank you,
Secondly,
Minister.
is there any provision in this sum to attend to the dormitories at Madhya?
Honorable Minister.
So as you know, sir, there is one dormitory standing at Madhya, and regarding dormitories across the country, the latest cabinet decision on the issue of making dorms ready to house and accommodate children is that all dorms will have working and adequate washroom facilities, adequate bed facilities and linen facilities, adequate house parents and security, and adequate as determined by the Guyana Fire Service, fire fighting and prevention equipment and tools and material. And so that is currently happening. As you know, dorms fall under, except for one dorm, which the Central Ministry has responsibility for at President's College, under the Ministries of Local Government and the Ministry of Armed Affairs. The two ministries have responsibilities for various dorms. Post Madhya, Minister Ben, who has responsibility for the Guyana Fire Service, and the Ministry of Education have collaborated closely along with the Ministry of Local Government to make sure that particular cabinet decision is carried out. We're in the process right now of collecting from REOs under each stated item that I just mentioned, what is outstanding to do. They have reported to us in writing, and we're now going through that report to see where there may be gaps so that we could fill those prior to the September 4th opening we expect.
Comrade Chair, a follow-up. I just want to be clear in my mind. Come September, we still have to accommodate our students in Region 8. Is there any plan in place to have them housed until that cabinet decision is implemented fully?
So I expect that that cabinet decision will be implemented fully before the 4th of September. That is the plan, which is why we are helping to monitor the REOs and how they implement this, and if necessary, that we provide from this, once we get it, funding to do whatever rehabilitative works may be needed to get those things done.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Former Chair, just a guidance. This is line item 1215500.
Exactly.
Did you put 2607500?
Not as yet. It's coming after this. Honorable members, I now put Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have one question on the secondary school. This $918,470,000. The unfortunate incident at Madia, where the dormitory was burnt down, and we lost 20 young children. Is there a sum in this amount for the rebuilding of this dormitory? What's your answer?
Honorable Minister.
No, our consultation with the community and all the stakeholders have produced a reluctance to build another dormitory at the location.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
So forgive me if I'm repeating a question that may have been asked, but is there any sum in this amount for the rehabilitation and improvement of dormitories across the country? I
Yes.
think we have 20.
Yes, as I said earlier, this sum is being sought pursuant to a cabinet decision that dormitories, teachers' quarters, and schools will, over a period of time, be repaired and fixed and built.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, based on the responses you just gave to the question arises as to what is to happen with the students who would normally have gone to school in September utilizing the dorms. Since no dorm is going to be built by the time school is reopened, what will happen to those students, and would the school not start as other schools will start in the regular school term?
No, we hope that by the 4th of September, so there are two categories of repairs that are needed at dorms. Some that are so heavy in terms of quantity of work and quality. Roofs have to come off, walls have to come off, etc., that they cannot be done while students are in the dorms. Some costing as much as $240-something million. For example, the Paramakatoy dorm, that's the bill of quantities that we got. Or the 3 Miles, we got two at $154 million. That's what it's estimated to cost. And then there are dorms where the cabinet decision that there will be adequate and proper washroom facilities, bed facilities, security, dorm parents, and firefighting and fire prevention equipment are in. All dorms are expected to have the latter category of facilities in before the 4th of September. And most dorms, we will do as many repairs as we can do between now and then. There is a possibility, which the ministry is going to announce if we have to, that some schools will have a delayed opening, given when this paper is being laid in this house. If there is a delayed opening, what we have to do is we have to measure the facility in the dorm versus children being absent from school and the risks that come with that in those particular communities. And one of the major risks is early school leaving or dropouts. So we have to weigh whether it is sensible to delay school opening and fix the dorm, or if this dorm, while not in its premium condition, could facilitate these children living here to accommodate their learning. So that would be what we have to weigh dorm by dorm.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Pandit Jai Prashad.
Through the chair, can the Honorable Minister indicate to us when schools across the country, nursery, primary, and secondary, will receive exercise books?
Honorable Minister.
It's not this, it's not here in the thing, but it's not in this legend or not being made.
It is a
provision
question
for.
that should have been asked through the chair. It is a question that should have been asked on the supplies for nursery, primary, and secondary.
No, it's a question that should be asked on the print and non-print, and we're not dealing with that today, but I'll answer it. We are in the process of procuring exercise books currently, and we hope that there'll be, most of it is in the school already. I'm very happy to tell you that for the first time, you're going to see composition type books, which secondary school children can use, because you know the smaller books were really inconvenient for them. And those are being delivered now as we speak to various regions.
Thank
So
you, honorable
they should be
members.
there for the September opening.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm not trying to belabor the point, but the Honorable Minister, in response to my question, went all over. And I was trying to get clarity as to whether, given the situation in Madhya, where there was a fire and the dorm no longer exists, what has the ministry decided to do to accommodate the students, given that school is going to open in about 5-6 weeks' time? Has there been a decision as to what will happen, or will the school not open this semester?
Honorable Minister.
The honorable member didn't ask that question. Perhaps she intended to, but she didn't ask that question. The male dormitory, it's a good thing we have records here. You can go back to the record. The male dorm is going to open as per usual, and the decision of the cabinet was to build a secondary school at Mycobie, which would take care of the Mycobie students who were in the dorms, as well as those who are now leaving grade 6. And the children in grades 9 and 10, the girls in grades 9 and 10 who were in the dorms, 9, 10, and 11, who were in the dorms will come out and be housed at the President's College. And they will all, even those who were in grade 11 because of the terrible tragic disruption, everybody's going to start back at the curriculum beginning level at grade 10, which is Form 4.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for chart of account 1215500 secondary school, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now turn our attention to same agency code, chart of account 2607500. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein for capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, 587,825,622. Could the minister disaggregate this sum and tell this House how much of this would be used to acquire additional textbooks? Sir.
Go ahead, Honorable.
And the other question is, could we get a date as to when the Hope Secondary School would be completed?
Honorable Minister.
Right, so these textbooks, you had me a little worried there. This was bought, these monies are already spent on the foreign funded project, and they were spent on secondary texts. So the plan is to, and we're very far, we've advanced very well with this. All secondary school children will have all the textbooks they need, except for foreign languages right now, and except for A-levels, well, CAPE, beginning September. It's a foreign funded project. It is something we can spend under, apparently. And so schools have already begun to receive these books. They will be giving them out in September. And I think some have already given out. Some schools have already begun to distribute their books now.
Ms. Philadelphia?
Oh, the Good Hope Secondary. There's no hope. I'm assuming you meant Good Hope. Good Hope. So the Good Hope Secondary School is, we commissioned that school, His Excellency commissioned that school in May, April, June, in or around June. And we were very happy to do it, especially given the fact that it was struggling for completion for about 5 years, and it was unable to get completed. So if you recall the story of the Good Hope Secondary School, the PPPC government secured funding, a drawing and everything, and it began and never finished under the APNU. In fact, that's not the only school. Not a single secondary school began and finished under the APNU AFC government in 5 years. Not a single secondary school began and finished under the APNU in 5 years. This year, the PPPC government is going to has commissioned the Good Hope Secondary, Yarra Cabra Secondary, an extension at East Rambelt, a rebuilding, a full reconstruction at North Rambelt, an extension at St. Winifred's, an extension at Queen's College, an extension at Bishop's, the completion of St. Rose's. We're going to complete Northwest. And we have begun building schools, secondary schools all across the country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the minister just mention several secondary schools that will be finished. Can she tell us whether those schools, the expenditure is facilitated by this loan?
Honorable Minister?
No, they're not.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for chart of account 260-7500, Secondary Education Improvement Project. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your ministry's estimates. As we await the arrival of the minister and his staff of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you, sir.
The question has been, when are we going to be breaking? We will break after we complete this financial paper. I didn't say adjourn. We will have a suspension break at this time. But the Honorable Chief Whip for the acting of the opposition has indicated to me that we will have swift progress as we consider the remaining items of the financial paper. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency Code 44-444, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, chart of account 450-6400, Ground Enhancement Program, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, Governor Chair, and I'm going to be very brief. I want to keep the minister hot on the benches. But sir, before I pose my question, I would like to seize this opportunity to congratulate all of Guyana's athletes who represented Guyana overseas and did exceedingly well for our country. I would like to single out athlete Emmanuel Archibald for winning Guyana's first gold medal at the Caribbean Games. And today, Ms. Springer for doing exceedingly well at the 400 meters, gaining a gold medal for Guyana, and all of the other athletes who are at those games representing us. We are very much proud, despite the many shortcomings from their subject ministry. Mr. Comrade Chairman, I recognize an additional $500 million, $500 million is being requested for ground enhancement after two budgets where $1 billion was already expended. This seems to be, Comrade Chairman, the ministry's flagship project. Can the minister indicate to us, of all of the monies that were spent on ground enhancement, how many grounds have been upgraded to an all-weather facility to cater for the rainy season?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd also like to take the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to congratulate our athletes on their stellar performance, that they have shown the country that Guyana has the talent, and the people of the country have always believed that we had the talent to show the world. And now we're able to see the fruits of that talent being or manifesting itself. And I'm extremely proud of all of them. So we have spent, we have received an allocation this year of $250 million, of which we have already spent or committed 80% of that. I'm glad that the honorable member has mentioned that this is essentially our flagship project, even though in essence we have many big projects. So currently we're building 5 stadiums, for example. And during the course of this year as well, we will be announcing the commencement of several bigger projects. So those additional really big expenditures, they fall part of our flagship projects. But community grounds is one of the areas that has been the dearest to the ministry. So that's one of the reasons why, with the allocation that we have been given earlier in the year, that we would have exhausted our funds or getting close to exhaust our funds already. And we will also be looking to exhaust this sum before the end of the year. The fact of the matter is that for Guyana, it's such a big place that every single village is in need of support for capital expenditure and maintenance expenditure, of which the ministry doesn't do the maintenance, but we do the capital expenditure. But every single village is in need of that type of support and investment for communities, so that young people and all people of all ages, they have a safe space for them to use. In all of our expenditure to date so far. I had made the announcement in the budget presentation that we have done and invested in over 100 grounds since my tenure. And we've also lit over 25 community grounds as well. A number of those grounds have been able to get all-weather types of infrastructural development. So for example, some may get basketball courts or futsal courts, or it's a combination of both, but not all of them are able to receive that based on the allocation, and that's why we're coming for additional money. So for example, you can get a typical basketball court that is 105 feet by 60 feet. And when you go to tender, it will come on about $7 million it would cost just to put in the basketball court, which is an all-weather court. And that is using the bare minimum specs that would be durable, but at the same time, you're not over-designing. So that's that one single project, if you were to do that on that ground, if you were to do that on every single ground, if you were doing, let's say, 10 grounds, that's already 70 million. If you were to do 100 grounds, that's 700 million. That doesn't even take care of fencing work. That doesn't take care of the pavilion work. That doesn't take care of the drainage work. So there is a lot of, or the lighting work. So there's a lot of additional projects that require the investment to be made from government side that is the reason for the additional expenditure. But to answer your question on the specific number, I'm unable to say with that definition at this point in time.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you for your response. We support the idea of all sports getting the necessary requirements to facilitate our athletes. And when I speak specifically to all-weather facilities, I want you to condition your mind to the most popular sports that is played, particularly in Guyana, which is cricket and football. And I like I said, we do appreciate the fact that other sports disciplines are being catered for with regards to an all-purpose basketball court, for example. But with regards to cricket, that is predominantly played in all of Guyana, and football, has the ministry, after receiving so much monies in the past budget's allocation, has there been any ground upgraded to facilitate the play of cricket and football, given the fact that we have sun and rain conditions?
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, so I'm glad to hear that you say that you support the allocations and the large expenditure on allocation for sport. Your record in government, the APNU AFC's record in government doesn't suggest that.
We didn't have oil.
Because I'm glad that you said that too. Because when I examine the record, no. You ask the question and you're gonna get a response. Your allocations during your time, your tenure in office do not suggest that. So for example, you would have had in 2016, 150 million, in 2017, 146 million, 2018, 58 million, in 2020, you had 54 million. However, you said you didn't have oil money, but I can take you to prior. So 2011 to 2015, or 2011, 2014. 300 million, 2011, 100 million in 2012, 300 million in 2012, 2014, 300 million. We didn't have oil money then, but we were spending larger sums. Now, the answer to your question, which is about the creation of all weather conditions for sports, sporting grounds. In order to do that, if you are going to have the design of the infrastructure to create grounds that are capable of being used in the rainy season as well as the dry season, you have to put in the underground pipes and drainage. That is what we are doing in Linden. That's what we are doing in Anna Regina, and that's what we're currently doing in Albion. Now, those are 3 additional grounds that will be, as I have said in the public already, that those are 3 additional grounds that will be as fast drying as the National Stadium. And as you know, that is also the fastest drying ground in the entire Caribbean. So if you are asking specifically for that type of infrastructural civil works, then those 3 have those capabilities or will have those capabilities. One is on the verge of completion. Actually, 2 are on the verge of completion. The other will be finished before the end of the year. The others, for them to be given that type of intervention, it's a far more costly exercise that a community ground is not necessarily capable of having that at this time, but it can be over time with maybe some additional innovative techniques.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. You have mentioned, Honorable Minister, that you have upgraded 100 grounds across the country. And I would ask if you can lay over the information with regards to all of those grounds you said you would have upgraded 100 plus across the country to this assembly. But with regards specifically to Region 10 in particular, can you say how many football grounds have been upgraded as well as basketball courts?
Right, so thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So we haven't specifically upgraded a ground, let's say, for a particular sport, even though, for example, the community might be more predisposed or has a proclivity for playing, not a proclivity, a predilection for playing a particular sport. So, for example, we would have recently started the work at the Retrieve ground. We also started work at Spikeland ground. We also started work at the West Watuka ground. Those grounds still have additional work to be done, but we are never making any specific ground enhancement work for specific, making it one for either football or one for cricket. We are looking for community grounds to be used for all types of sports: cricket, basketball, cricket, football, volleyball, hockey, you name it. They should be able to be used for all different types of purposes. So those are the 3 grounds that we have started works on in Linden.
The evidence does suggest.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Figueroa.
The evidence does suggest that the very ground that you mentioned is overgrown with bushes in West Watuka. And the fact of the matter is, Region 10, the playing of football in particular, has been at a halt since 2019. And moreover, the venue where the synthetics track is being being built, and the center of the synthetics track supposed to be an area to facilitate a FIFA standard football pitch. And I'm happy you mentioned about putting down underground pipes and what's not to cater for drainage. Now, the fact that the track has already been laid, how will the ministry facilitate the building of the football pitch? I'm trying to understand how is it that you have already completed the track, and then machinery will have to go and dig up the area to put underground pipes and such like.
Pipes have already been laid,
football.
Honorable Member. The pipes have already been laid. There's no need to dig up any kind of infrastructure work of that
can you
nature.
say-
The only work that has to be done in relation to that facility for that ground is the top surface ground, work.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
So
Figueroa.
that area in itself catered for 4 of the 10 registered clubs under the Upper Denmark Football Association who could not have access any facility to play football. So can you say to this house, when would that be completed? Because during the local government election period, you would have made a public pronouncement indicating that you would be handing over the synthetic track to the community, even though it is not completed, because the completion would entertain the completion of a football pitch as well. So could you give some clarity with regards to this development?
Yeah, so I'm glad that you raised that, because just on Sunday, I had a big meeting with the community there. I should say mainly the coaches and the athletes. And if you check on my Facebook page, you will see pictures of the persons who attended, along with us doing the site visit to choose exactly the entry point at which they would use and to determine the system by which we can monitor and supervise the access while work is going on, because obviously you know that there's a huge stand that's being built at the moment. And then we have additional civil works to be done, additional construction works and projects to be done, which I'll make an announcement about during the course of the year in another maybe month or so. But we ironed out with the athletes and the coaches representing the various athletics clubs the specific entry point and the method of supervision and access. In addition, I forgot to mention that we also gave to the secondary school one in Wismar, not Wismar, it's Wisberg, the driving lawnmower tractor, as well as the brush cutter, so that they can keep their field in good condition so that the footballers can use there. I was also, since I was there on Saturday as well to start the marathon race, the 10K marathon race, I took the opportunity to visit West Watuka and Christiansburg, since that's where the game ended. West Watuka is not overgrown with bushes, but it does need additional work for it to get it to a much more decent condition, but it's currently being used as well as the Christiansburg field. They're both currently being used.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. With this new allocation that you're making a request for, can you see if any additional ground would be upgraded within the community? And more so, would Kokwani, that produce some of the best footballers and the nation's best youth basketball players in the country, would any of this allocation be put towards the development or enhancement of the football ground at Kokwani? There's need for an upgrade as well in Aichuni. And with regards to the basketball court in Kokwani, which needs some additional upgrade, would that be facilitated with this requested allocation?
Yeah, I took the opportunity to visit Kokwani and particularly the basketball court. And I saw that their swimming pool area is in really bad condition as well. The Kokwani court is not in bad condition, but the hoops could be upgraded. It is something that we're looking at. I'm not going to give any commitments on the new expenditure because it has to go through a process as well as a cabinet approval. But it is on the radar. I will say that that's on the radar. Having said that, just so that we are clear about what I'm saying, our intention is that all of the communities across the country will benefit from the expenditure from the government, especially in relation to our community grounds and our sports facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Now,
Honorable Member.
Just double back in on the previous question. You didn't give a date with regards to when the football pitch would be completed. And I would like to crave your indulgence to ensure that this allocation, given the fact that I would have mentioned that Kokwani basketball players are the best youth players in the country, and the fact that you would have visited, as you have indicated, and you see the need for the court in itself, the rims and needs much upgrading, that this shouldn't be a matter of cabinet discussion. We're talking about the best athletes with regards to basketball in the country, and the fact that you as the minister with responsibility would have visited the community and see the need that is very minute in my regard of proper basketball hoop, probably better lighting. Shouldn't be difficult to make a decision when you are you're asking for $500 million to invest in the nation's youth. So would that be done? And with regards to the deadline for the completion of the football pitch at the synthetic track, can you say when in totality the completion of the football pitch and the official handing over of that facility will be made?
Honorable Minister.
In relation to the second part of the question, I answered the first part of the question. In relation to the second part of the question, we're going to commence, based on the discussion that we had on Sunday, we're going to commence that process. But the handing over of the facility statement that you've made is all of the facilities where we have the investment being made, that kind of investment being made, is always going to be run under the supervision of the government of Guyana. So it's not going to be it is for the benefit of the people of any part of the country where those facilities exist. But it also has to be an arrangement where the supervision is maintained so that the people of the country can be satisfied that there's maintenance, that there's order, that there's protection of the facilities. Because despite what is being done, and you can see it in many instances where even with the best of intentions, that public facilities are destroyed. I see it many times when I go to community grounds, when sometimes you have community management committees. Even with the best of intention, the public facilities are destroyed. And that's not something that would be beneficial to anyone, especially when we consider the large amount of money that we're putting into that particular facility or any of the major stadiums that we're building.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. I don't believe you have answered the question about when the football pitch will be completed. But moving on, I said handing over this facility based on what you would have said during the campaign. But I could care less who is manning the facility. I'm more concerned with it being properly furnished with all of the necessary requirements to enhance the performance of the athletes. And in that regard, can you say if some of this said allocation here will be used to ensure that the synthetic track area is furnished with lights so that athletes and residents of the community can access the facility after work, for example, or extend their training during the nights? Because as it is,
no, this is
lights available.
Honorable, allow him to finish it,
I
then I'll put it
apologize.
to you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yes,
please.
thank you very much. And then forgive me for my haste in the response. I understood the question that he was asking. This is the ground enhancement line. So any kind of project allocation for that facility wouldn't come from this line. Having said that, you should know and should be aware that we made the announcement that we are installing FIFA standard lights at the facility to match and may even surpass what exists at the Lenora facility. So, and I can also, since I have the opportunity to state here, that in a matter of weeks, you will see the installation of the new lights at the Mackenzie Sports facility. So during the course of this year, you will start to see works started for that. But to answer your question, it is not from this line that deals with any expenditure coming on that facility.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. The facility to house spectators at the synthetic track that is being built. Can you say what is the seating capacity that facility will work with?
Honorable members, let me just pull us back to the line item.
Yeah.
And we have focused on the Linden facility and facilities in that area, which could better be directed through questions to the minister. And I guarantee you, if such questions come, they will dealt with to get on the order paper expeditiously.
Yes.
Because they're not in order. The speaker don't write the people, the clerk does.
Mr. Speaker.
Just before you continue. So we're asking questions pertaining to the line item. And even if it all pertains to one facility, ask the question, in the end, is this catered for under this line item? Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Minister, you have indicated that in your ground enhancement, you would have catered for 100 grounds. Can you say with this allocation, if the very grounds that some level of investment would have been put, will some of this said allocation be put to the very said grounds for additional upgrading, or what would those upgrading features look like? Added to that, can you also indicate if other community grounds will be included across the region to move the 100 grounds that you said were upgraded to a larger number?
That's not what I said.
Honorable Minister?
That's not what I said.
Honorable Member, Mr.
Did you not say you upgraded 100 grounds?
Since I came into office.
Yes.
Right.
So I'm asking.
No, you said with this allocation.
Yeah, I'm speaking about the $500 million that you're now requesting.
No, you can't do.
Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa, the minister was speaking about the 100 grounds since he assumed office, if I had it correctly.
That's correct.
And then this allocation deals with some others.
That's correct.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
So go ahead.
So the minister said he upgraded over 100 grounds coming into office. My question is, with this allocation, because it speaks to provision of additional resources to facilitate an expanded work program. So my question is, if the 100 grounds that he upgraded, if some of these monies will be put to those 100 grounds for additional upgrade to those facilities to make it more conducive for the athletes. Added to that, will more grounds be added for upgrade with this allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, yes to both.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flo-Best.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Can the Honorable Minister say if this sum will cover the completion of the Moco Arcadia Community Center ground, which started since last year, September. We are almost to September now this year. So we'd like to know if the completion of that ground, the cost will cover there. Secondly, can you say if Timeri Red ground, Grove Football ground, Diamond Community Center ground will be also covered in this cost?
Yeah, so significant work.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Significant work is actually done at the Maka school ground. And there are some minor projects to be done, some remedial projects to be done as well, but we will be having another visit to the community in the very near future, just to tidy up the additional work to be that's needed for that ground. But in relation to Grove, Grove is being done currently. I'm not sure if you are aware of that, but I'm telling you now, it is being done currently. In fact, some of the allocation that came out of the $250 million for the year has already been expended on that ground already. We are currently also doing a ground in Diamond, and another one is programmed. Obviously, you're aware that there are several grounds in Diamond because of how big the Diamond area is, but there are quite a few on the radar.
Honorable Member, the Diamond Community Center ground, I know that the NDC has put a management committee and a project document comprising some $60 million to do every single thing has been developed. I happen to know because I'm like a trustee on the management committee. And I'm sure we're going to reach to the Honorable Minister with our proposal.
Thank you for the information. So, current Minister, I'm asking this question because, as you know, September is sports term. And the schools along the East Bank, somehow I feel like the grounds project can touch the East Bank enough. The schools along the East Bank find it challenging to have grounds or to get a ground to do their sports. To get to the stadium is challenging and costly for persons to have to leave all the way from Tamari or the highway to come down to the stadium. So I would like to know if any works will be done in time for the schools to be able to use their community ground to have their inter-house sports or whatever taking place during September and October. Thank you.
Before you answer, Honorable Minister, the project document that's coming to you is here. She can have a look at it. Honorable Minister, go ahead.
We'll be working very closely with the Ministry of Education to see that that happens.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If my memory serves me correct, I recognize that $250 million was allocated in the budget for ground improvement. Can I ask the minister how much of that sum has been spent as of July 31st? One, and how much of this sum now requested would be used to enhance grounds on the East Coast, and if those grounds can be listed so that I have an understanding of them. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
The answer to the first question was already answered. So I'll just revert to my former statement. And then the second part has also already been answered. So I'll also revert to my former statement.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Pandit Jayprasad.
Through the chair, can the Honorable Minister indicate to the House the position for Bongyard, Anchorville, Portmore Community Center, Block 4 and 10? 3 years now, monies were expended, and still it is not in a state that children can have access.
Honorable Minister.
Incredible that I can get a question from an honorable member on this House to say that 3 years now that monies have been expended and up to now the children can't get access. We have barely been in office 3 years, first of all. Second of all, those locations, there had been no allocations until last year. And almost all of the projects for some of those grounds, which he mentioned, I don't recall, or not all of those grounds, commitments were made or allocations were made or projects were done. But for those grounds for which projects were done last year, all of the projects are completed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, go ahead.
Since you are indicating, through the chair, can the Honorable Minister indicate to us the position of the grounds that were identified and the amount of work that was done there in Port Moran particularly?
Honorable Minister.
That has nothing to do with the allocations of this year. And if you want a detailed explanation of it, the projects were executed through the region. You can get that information from them.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, I trust I didn't miss you in any way, shape, or form. But I know for a fact that the ministry had started some work in West Ground Belt, on the West Ground. My question to you from this new provision, whether you have any provisions cater for the ground in East Ground Belt, and if so, what amount will be allocated for that project? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, so the honorable member would know that we just installed lights at the East Rumbelt ground. So the answer to your question is, it is likely. I am not going to give any commitment on the new allocations. Having said that, what I am saying is that we have started the work at East Rumbelt. Those lights that we've installed there, it's 50 feet concrete poles with LED stadium lights as well as underground lighting, and it's significant.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, through you, could the Honorable Minister tell this House what criteria they use to determine the grounds that they will do enhancement work on, and if that criteria was applicable in the choice of the retrieved ground? The second question I want to ask is, the Minister in his presentation has pointed out that there is really a deficit in the capabilities to manage these grounds after enhancement. Around the world, what happens is that you train community-based people in ground management so that they can manage the ground. I do not believe it's a practical possibility that government will manage all the grounds as they enhance them. Could the minister say to this House, if they have such a program, and if they do, which areas they have implemented, and if they don't, do they intend to improve the capacity of communities to manage their own grounds?
Honorable Minister.
So for the first part of, or the first question, it is the government's intention to do essentially all of the grounds in all of the communities. Having said that, the locations generally are chosen based on the population density and additional criteria like how many children would have access to that ground. The retrieved ground is surrounded by 3 schools. 3 schools. And just so that we're clear about when I was doing the recce in Linden, the person who accompanied or who was present at the location amongst other members of the community, the person who was present at my public meeting, who made a request for that ground to be done, was none other than the regional chairman, Darren Adams. So before we get into the politics of what was being said during the campaign of local government, and I heard what was being said, how we spent $15 million to do some party. We haven't even spent $5 million. But here's what I know. Here's what I know. The persons who were going around the place saying that, representing the APNU AFC, will not retract their statement. They will not go to make a public statement, even though they've been going to every single community meeting that they had, political community meeting that they had, saying that we spent $15 million for some party. We haven't spent $5 million. And when that representation was made, it was made in 2022 when I had that meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why the non-secretary. I asked a simple question. I didn't ask who suggests to you. I asked a straight question. What criteria was used? You give one, population density. What's the other one? All right, you didn't say that. You said there are 3 schools.
I did say that.
You said there are
Honorable members, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking you.
Honorable Minister, you get a chance to answer. Let the Leader of the Opposition speak.
The minister said there were schools in the area. Now, I want to ask the question, if it is population density, how come retrieve was done ahead of Christiansburg when one of the most populated areas, as Figgy would know, is Christiansburg? And the other question I asked, you are still to answer.
So if you go to Christiansburg right now, you will find a tarmac, you will find a pavilion, you will find a field, you will find football goals, you will find a driveway, you will find toilet facilities in their pavilion. What will you find? I'm speaking so.
Point of order.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, please tell me which is the point of order that we are doing the interrogation of our supplementary. You have all of that existing infrastructure at Christiansburg. What do you have at Retrieve? At the time when I visited Retrieve, keep in mind that I said there are 3 schools surrounding this ground. 3 schools, hundreds of children. And the bush exceeded probably my height at that time. Or maybe half, right? Maybe it was about 3 feet, 4 feet. It had no infrastructure work with the exception of a dilapidated fence. No access, no nothing. So if you're asking, why should you choose? And I don't really have to make this is not a very difficult decision for anyone to make. I said, you asked what are some of the criteria, and I gave some of the criteria. It is not a strict criteria, but in this situation, if anyone would be in my shoes, they would choose to help this ground first, because you've got so many schools that have access. When you're comparing it to another ground that is currently has a lot of facilities, that has a lot of investment already, and a lot of kids already use it.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
First, let me say that the minister didn't answer the second question. The second question dealt with the improving of the capacity of people to manage it, and then I will return to what? To manage the grounds.
So I was searching. I was searching for that existing program that the APNU AFC would have left on managing facilities when they demitted office. That program, which the honorable member was an advisor of some kind, did not leave that program for the ministry or for any of the local community grounds. Having said that, we have a program that is being used that is different, which will be implemented through the local government ministry.
Could the minister,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
could the minister tell us, the question I asked him, one, if there was such a program. I didn't ask him if the APNU had one. I asked him two, if there is going to be such a program, and I wouldn't mind hearing the elements of the program. It is the minister who stressed population density, and I have no problem with population density. But the point I'm making is if you are looking at population density, then Christiansburg should have been completed.
Honorable Minister, should Christiansburg be completed based on population density?
Mr. Chairman, I've answered the question already.
Oh, thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you.
Guerra.
Thank you, Member Chair. I can appreciate the minister's criteria for population density. And as in that regard, Mr. Chair, Amelia's ward, Minister, has the largest concentration of young people in the entire Region 10. And it has no suitable facility to facilitate for the multiple of disciplines that young people play or participate in the region. And I believe your consideration from the ministry's level, if your criteria that you set out for identifying the investment in grounds, then Amelia's ward definitely should be considered a priority with regards to making the necessary investments to cater for that community that has so many young people. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, the retrieve facility that the minister identified was catered for by the Mackenzie Sports Club facility. But the fact that it is being upgraded, we welcome it. But if we are looking at where an area that should have been given priority based on the minister's own criteria with regards to the density of population of young people that don't have any facility, then that priority should be given to Amelia's ward. Thank you.
So the question is Amelia's ward being
Yes, is
considered in
Amelia's
this
ward going to be
allocation?
considered?
So the answer is all of the community grounds are on the radar. And what I would tell you is I was searching for whether any allocation was made to Amelia's ward during the time of the APNU AFC's time in government. And I was struggling to find it. So if you were an MP then, you're an MP for the region, and one would expect that given this was and is a very strong support area for the APNU, AFC, and PNC in particular, that investment would have been made during your time and that your colleague would have been inclined to accept your advice. Unfortunately, the record does not show that. Having said that, what I will say is that all of the community grounds are on the radar. The government intends to invest in every single one of them. It's been an aggressive program already. It is probably, if not one of the most important programs that exists under the ministry, of which has gained a lot of public attention and their participation, of which I would like to thank all of the communities for the support that they've shown to me and the ministry and our team. And I would also like to say that Amelia's ward, along with all of the others, will be given the attention, and it is our intention to make the investment in all communities. You would see as well that the Amelia's ward basketball court Recently, we would have had some investment there, and we are looking to put in some, we've just completed some additional infrastructure and civil works there, and we're also looking to complete with new basketball hoops, some pro hoops there as well.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Could the Honorable Minister tell us if the development he spoke about in Christiansburg, the basketball court, the sanitation facility, the building and the fencing, if they were done from these enhancement funds?
Honorable Minister.
I'm unable to say.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. The fact that the minister is unable to say, I can say no, it wasn't done by you. Those representation that the minister spoke of while we were in government were made for the Amirs Ward community to be given such a facility. But the fact of the matter is the APNU government catered for the entire Guyana with limited resources. This is not a back and forth issue. The issue is the young people in Region 10, the region that has the best athletes in this country, deserve facilities. And I'm saying, and I'm putting to the minister, that Region 10, and more so Amirs Ward, that has the largest concentration of young people, has to be given priority for them to be given an opportunity to continue to represent Guyana in the highest regard. And no other region has presented more medals, international medals, than Region 10. So don't bring this politics.
Honorable Member, we're asking.
Give the young people what they deserve.
Based on this allocation, ministers answered. We are making representation for particular areas. That's your job. But right now, we're dealing with the line item in front of us and more than exhausted the questions pertaining to the use of these funds. Honorable Minister, you get a chance to answer.
I would only answer by saying that we allocated more money in our budget during the time when the 2011 to 2014 period, when there wasn't even a sniff of oil. Then when you examine what was done during your period, there were much lower allocations. In fact, it had fallen by half. Having said that, just let me address the point of investment in sport. Region 10 is getting more investment in sport per capita than any other region in the country. Shocking. Factual. In fact, I will also say that during the APNU AFC's tenure, they did not get the most allocation in sport than any other region.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Could I ask you to outline for us per capita,
Not under this line item. You can ask Honorable Leader of the Opposition for him to itemize what is being done by this allocation. The question you are going to ask, you can send in a question to him for oral or written reply.
The other question I asked that has not been answered. Could the minister outline what is the government's plan to develop the capacity and capability of communities to manage their own grounds?
I answered that question, Mr. Chairman, and I would refer to my answer.
And again, it doesn't relate directly to the line item. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, please.
Honorable Speaker, it relates. If you're saying to me, and this is what the minister said. The minister said that they are upgrading these grounds and they are going to hand it over to government. And it is on that basis I asked the question, because if you're upgrading them and you are proper managers.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, if you were listening from the start of the minister's presentation, he told you of the management concept for this ground.
But
he did.
But you didn't listen to what I'm saying.
And
I'm saying, Honorable Speaker,
Go ahead.
That
Let
the
me-
minister said they were going to
Yeah.
hand it over to the government. Is that a point of fact that I'm saying what the minister
I
said?
did not say that.
Well, what is it that you say when you were referring to Mackenzie Sports?
Honorable, we can't go back and forth with what was said and what wasn't said.
But the minister.
We do have a line item in front of us, and I wouldn't put, if you make a statement, I'll give the minister a chance to respond with a statement.
I put a
If you ask a question with respect to this line item, I'll put that also. And we can stay here for the next 2 days.
The question is there a plan by the ministry to ensure they improve the capacity of the people in these communities where they do ground enhancement to manage the ground?
Thank you. Minister.
I answered that question. I will revert to my former response.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, through you to the minister. Is there any allocation, any sums in this $500 million that caters for the upgrade of the Good Hope ground in Region 2? That ground was developed by the previous government based on a request from the residents and youths there. And the previous government would have installed lights, fencing, ground development, pavilion, etc. And over the last 3 years, it has been left, I would put it in the wilderness, overgrown with bushes, and the residents, youths there in particular, continue to complain. So much so that they complained to the Minister of Finance and other ministers who would have visited that community at different intervals. Additionally, is there any sum to cater for the ground at Westbury, which services Dartmouth and Westbury community? Like Good Hope, the same obtained there. And thirdly, for Danielstown Community Center, I've asked this question in this very house at least once or twice before. Is there any amounts in this sum here to deal with the community center there? It is in a very dilapidated state. And so there is urgent need for works there to be done.
Honorable members, again, I am prepared you make the
I've answered that
statements.
question
and
already.
I'm prepared to give the minister a chance to make his statements also.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I've answered that question already. I'll revert to my former statement, but we've taken note of the points that the honorable member has raised.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 44-444, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Chart of Account 450-6400, Ground Enhancement Program, Capital Expenditure, and the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff. Honorable members, we will now ask the Honorable Minister of Culture, of Housing and Water and his staff to get in position. But before we take the Honorable Minister, let the Assembly resume.